Councillor.
Just give us a second.
Yeah. Check. Very good. There's Councillor Countable. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brad Bradford. I'm the Vice Chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. We have quorum, and I am here to call meeting 10 to order. Good morning, everyone. Chair Perks is joining remote today, so he's with us as well. And we've got Councillor Candival online, and we've got a couple colleagues from outside of committee in the room here today as well. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. The meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Start with the land acknowledgement, and that although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee would like to acknowledge the land that we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order that they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. We do have 20 plus deputants today, so quite a few people here. Members, the city clerk has provided all of the agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on the CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. And I also want to remind everyone, please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with any motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please indicate the item number and the nature of your interest. Seeing none. Councillor Matlow, no, that's not you. May I have a motion to confirm minutes from our meeting on January 29th? Councillor Matlow. All those in favor? Carried. Okay, agenda rundown. So we will start PH 10.1, evaluation of Ontario Building Code requirements for multi-tenant housing. We'll hold that for speakers. PH 10.2, new multi-tenant houses renovation program to preserve and improve affordable rental homes. We have speakers on that. Item 3, PH 10.3, housing action plan, avenues policy review proposals report. We have a staff presentation and we have speakers. 10.4, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, garden suite monitoring program update. We have speakers, so hold that. PH 10.5, update Downsview authorization to enter into agreements for resourcing. No speakers on that, so if you can just move that. I'll move staff recommendations. All in favor? Carried. 10.6, which is 1111 Danforth Avenue, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. My understanding is the local councillor, Fletcher, would like to move deferral for one cycle.
You'd move it on her behalf?
Yep, so I'm going to move that. All those in favor? Carried. 10.7, 8086 Lynn William Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. No speakers on that. I will move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Carried. 10.8, improvements to the sign bylaw amendment and sign variance process. If it's okay and the will of committee, I would like to move deferral for one cycle on that. If we're okay with that, just to give some correspondence came in and more opportunity to connect with staff. All in favor? Carried. 10.9, Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee request for accessibility considerations in our Plan Toronto Chapter 1 review. We're going to hold that for speakers. PH 10.10, Renovictions bylaw. We will hold that for speakers as well. PH 10.11, supporting new long-term care beds in North York. This is correspondence from Councillor Carroll. Are you going to have questions or you want to speak to it?
No, I'm hoping I'm just going to thank you as you go ahead with it.
Okay, so
Mercer General Hospital has representatives here, but as the community's in favor, we were hoping it just passed this morning.
great. So I'm happy to move that on behalf of Councillor Carroll. All those in favor? Very good. Carried. Thanks, Councillor Carroll. 10.12, this is a new item. This is technical corrections to multi-tenant housing zoning bylaw. This is from our chair, Councillor Perks. There are speakers on that, so we'll hold that down. Motion to add new business on that. We'll put that on the agenda. All carried. And then one more item to add to the agenda, that is item 13, correspondence from me, eliminating education development charges on missing middle housing forms. If we can add that to the agenda, all in favor? Okay, carried. All right, so that is the rundown. And we will go to the top of the list, I guess.
Yes.
10.1. This is evaluation of Ontario Building Code requirements for multi-tenant housing. We have speakers joining us today. 3 speakers I have on the list, and the first one is Justin Cowan from the St. Charles Court Tenant Association. Is Justin in the room? Hey Justin, how are you? Come on up. So we have 5 minutes for your deputation. When you're ready, I'll start the clock, and you're welcome to speak to the committee.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, councilors. I'm here representing the tenants of my building, which is at 30 Charles Street East. I want to acknowledge that this is a bit of an awkward motion to depute on because we're simply accepting a report that's already been completed. However, when I was looking through the summary of the report, I found several gaps that, based on our experience as a building, that I feel you should keep in mind as you consider the role of Toronto buildings in multi-tenant housing. For background, I live in a 3-story apartment building, and we are currently a mix of tenants renting out entire apartments and tenants renting out individual rooms with shared kitchen and washroom. The reason for this is because our building is in a bit of a transition period after our building was bought by a new landlord called Harrington Housing. Harrington Housing is a corporation that markets itself as a student housing provider, and they rent out individual rooms to students. However, unfortunately, they have been very aggressive in pushing out existing tenants of the building, as once we vacate, they can rent out each room for as much as our entire apartments. When they have forced people out of their units, they do extensive renovations on each unit they acquire, including partitioning the units and redoing a lot of the plumbing and other issues in the units. We have had multiple violations from Toronto buildings, our building, multiple orders to comply. However, the landlord still repeatedly does not seek building permits before it starts renovating these units. When we have gone to Toronto buildings about this, it's very difficult to get them to take action. Where they have taken action, there's still a lot missing. For instance, my landlord applied for a building permit for a unit where they were creating additional bedrooms. However, in the permit, there's no indication that new bedrooms are being added. And the landlord's simply stating that they are adding a wall in the middle of the living room. When we've confronted Toronto buildings with the fact that our landlord is not being honest in their building permits, they've told us that it's not their role to determine whether a living room will be used as a bedroom. Because of these regulatory holes. There are a lot of glaring issues with the rooms that my landlord is making. Most of these rooms do not have closets. Several do not even have heaters and need to be heated with electric space heaters. My landlord has even created bedrooms where the only entrance is through the apartment's shared washroom. So really what I'm asking the committee to do is not only look at this report, which goes into how existing multi-tenant housing can be retrofitted to comply with code, but there's also a lot more that can be done to preempt violations. Toronto buildings could play a much more active role in determining whether there's going to be a change of use to multi-tenant housing and anticipating these types of violations before they happen and before they affect tenants. Thank you.
Thanks for your deputation, Justin, and we'll just hold you here because we've got questions from Councillor Matlow.
I could tell that you were a little bit nervous, but I just want to express to you, you spoke wonderfully.
Thank you.
Very, very, very helpful. Are you, I don't mean to suggest that you should be an expert in all of this, although you sounded like one. But are you familiar with provincial legislation as far, whether it be the Landlord-Tenant Act or any other legislation pertains to the City of Toronto? And are there specific asks that you'd like to make of us that we as a city have the ability to do to intervene when a landlord is both, intentionally displacing tenants so that they can up the rent, but also, creating spaces like you described, which are not real rooms, and we don't want people stuck in those situations.
Yeah, there's a lot I could say, and of course there is distinguished responsibilities of the province and municipality. I believe later on in this meeting there's a discussion of a Renoviction bylaw. That's an issue that our building has also faced, with the landlord applying for N13s against tenants for renovations that are unnecessary and which even cite features that are not present in the units. Certainly there, I think there's a role, and then also I think there's a role for more proactive enforcement of property standards. One of the main tactics used by our landlord is to ignore and obstruct necessary maintenance to the building. Our building was actually without heat or hot water for about 3 weeks in December and January because the landlord had left the boiler room in such disrepair that provincial inspectors had to cut off the gas. And so if the city could actually step in, there's been over 60 investigation requests for Toronto bylaw at our building in the past year versus 1 in the 5 before that. So there needs to be more consequences for landlords that are putting their tenants through this type of neglect and harassment.
And would you just remind me how large your building is and how many units?
Sure. It's a 3-story building. It's designated under the Ontario Heritage Act, and it has 21 units.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions for Justin? Not seeing any, we'll say thanks. Appreciate your deputation. All right, moving on. Our next speaker will be Joy Connolly, who's here in the room with us. Morning, Joy. How are you? Good. You know the drill here. 5 minutes when you're ready.
Okay.
Morning.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to offer my thoughts on the Toronto Buildings Report on Ontario Building Code requirements for multi-tenant houses. As you all know, City Council's decision in December 2022 to legalize and regulate multi-tenant houses across the city was a two-edged sword. On the one hand, rooming house tenants no longer had to fear that they could lose their homes simply because that home happened to be in Scarborough or anywhere else where rooming houses were illegal. That's a good thing. On the other hand, they can now live in fear that their landlord will sell their home or convert it to high-end rental simply because the landlord can't afford to bring the house to code and still make money. So I want to first of all commend Toronto Building for making a serious effort to find more affordable ways to bring MTHs into code compliance and for being frank about the challenges. It's no surprise that there is no size-fits-all solutions, but you are committing yourself to doing what you can to provide guidelines and checklists to assist rooming house owners and the professionals they hire. So thank you. It's the hiring of those professionals that I want to talk about. I attended the city's virtual information session for MTH operators earlier this month. It was well organized and well attended, with 10 city staffers on hand to answer questions, drawing on the knowledge they had accumulated from their roles in MLS, buildings, planning, fire services, and so on. On the one hand, this panel demonstrated the city's commitment to informing the public with accurate information. On the other hand, it also suggested that there is no single member of city staff who knows everything about MTHs. And yet, that is what we are expecting from every single operator in Toronto, including the moms and pops who just maybe have one house or are sharing their house and making it in part a rooming house. Each of them will have to know everything, from code requirements to planning approvals to appeal opportunities, plus design, construction management, financing, funding, possibly locating alternate accommodation during renovations. Which brings me to page 7 of the report, where it recommends that MTH operators hire a design professional to complete an engineering analysis at the cost of $10,000 to $25,000. But who would want to spend $25,000 before they even know whether they will get the minor variance they need to operate at their current capacity, or where the money will come from? It's kind of a chicken and egg problem, and my fear is that the landlords will just chicken out at the sheer complexity of it all and sell. I think what they need is a navigator, a person they trust who will take them through the process and tell them frankly at the outset if there are obstacles that stand in their way of getting a license. Then, once they can be confident that they will be able to meet zoning requirements, when they know that their obligations will be, when they know what money will be coming, then they can be handed back the reins to manage the design and construction. I don't know if this function already exists. I see, for example, the Housing Secretary is doing its bit to facilitate applications for funding, but not clear who is making the connection with planning and building approvals. I also don't know whether MTH operators will feel comfortable coming forward, operators who prefer to stay under the radar as long as possible rather than risk being shut down. It may be that they would be better served if this navigator function was performed by an independent nonprofit agency, an organization that might be funded by the city and possibly other sources as well, but enabling MTH operators to approach them in confidence. The Landlord Self-Help Center comes to mind, but really, this is a question that requires further thought. So there's lots that I don't know, but I do believe that this navigator function is needed. As members of this committee, might you be able to take the lead in identifying who might be best able to research and develop a plan for this important function? I do believe that the city's MTH strategy is one of Toronto's most important, certainly one of the most complex affordable housing initiatives this decade. The decisions we make will determine the future of the only naturally occurring affordable housing left in Toronto and the homes of thousands of Toronto's lowest income people. So I think worth giving us some thought. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your deputation, Joy. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Myers.
Vice Chair, through you. Just a question, have you seen this navigator model used in other jurisdictions?
No, I can't point to one thing in particular. No.
No? Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I could elaborate, but it's really no.
And then on one of your comments regarding a lot of these operators prefer to stay under the radar, my understanding was we brought this bylaw in place to not force them, but encourage them to come out of the shadows because we want the properties to be regulated. So wouldn't it be preferable that they start dealing with the city as they're going to have to start dealing with the city regardless?
Yeah, well, here's my fear. My fear is that people will look at the complexity, they'll look at all these requirements, and rather than coming to the city and saying, well, I don't meet those, and I don't know how to meet those, and maybe I can't meet those, my fear is what they will say is, oh, for heaven's sakes, this is so complicated, this is a mess. I'm going to get out, and I'm going to sell. So I'm going to sell, or I'm going to say, well, maybe I don't want, 8 rooms or whatever. Maybe I want is 3 apartments, and I'll move these people out, and then I'll, create space for them, and for these sort of new high-end housing. And my fear is that I don't think the city is prepared to rehouse people who are displaced. And I think all through this process, my concern has been panic selling. People who, before anything actually happens, look at it and go, oh, I can't make money this way. I'm just going to sell out. So that's my concern. My huge concern is displacement in this whole initiative.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Troy? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your deputation. We'll see you again later. And our last speaker on this item is Paul Nazuskato. I didn't get that right at all. Is Paul online? Not seeing it. Okay. If Paul joins us, we'll provide an opportunity to speak. We'll move it into committee then. Any questions of staff on this item? Councillor Myers?
Thank you. Through you, Vice Chair. So I guess I just had a question firstly for Toronto Building. So this is a question I get all the time, that you have to be an expert in order to navigate the city's building permit process. And, just listening to Joy's concerns, I can see a lot of operators in Scarborough just saying, this is too complicated. I'm just going to sell this place, pocket the money and move off. And she's correct in that there's no room to rehouse these people that would be potentially displaced. So has there been any consideration to having dedicated people whose sole focus is to navigate the building permit process for multi-tenant operators?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for that question. And this is actually one of the items that we are looking at through our program review. We are developing a dedicated group to do public engagements, specifically with our MTH operators, to guide them through the permitting process in general, but also with respect to this report in front of us today, also to help them guide guide them through the options available to compliance as well.
Thank you. And is there any thought being given to where those individuals will be located? So one of the complaints I hear often is, I have to go downtown in order to speak to someone. And it's not uncommon for people to walk into Scarborough Civic Center and walk around for 15 to 30 minutes trying to find someone to talk to. So will there be dedicated staff in the various civic centers so that when people come and have questions, because a lot of them I suspect would prefer to maybe have a meeting in person, is that part of the plan?
That's through the chair. That is something we're looking at. Decision on where they'll be located, whether it'll be one location or locations, is still under development. But to your point, Councillor, we are definitely looking at making this easier for the operators, and at times it may be that if the staff are located in one location or another, then there's nothing preventing those staffs from meeting with operators as a whole in other districts as well. So that is something we're going to be looking at, and we want to make it as painless as possible for operators to comply.
And thank you. And I guess my next question is, as part of the sort of process to make things easier, is there going to be some sort of online form where you can just fill out to book an appointment rather than sort of sending a generic email? That's how I think it's done currently.
Through the chair. Again, because this process hasn't been developed yet fully, it's hard for me to give you the specifics on it, but we can certainly take those comments back and take them into consideration.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Councillor Matlow?
To begin with, the reactive side of things, if the city is informed that a landlord is building excuse me, a room that is not up to standards, that may be unsafe, that may not have heating, et cetera, what is the city's ability to react to that?
Through the chair, there's a couple of different avenues here, and I may turn this over to my colleagues at MLS to respond as well. But in terms of, the building code regulates new construction, and where construction is noted without a building permit, there's provisions within the Building Code Act to take action to enforce the code through that. With respect to existing buildings that may or may not have heat, that would be a property standards matter, and there would be property standard bylaws that would be enforced too.
So before you turn it over to any of your colleagues, so I'll ask the other question, which is the proactive side of things. Given that, well, it's a 3-story building, I think at the unit count that deputy, I forget his name, was it? Justin, thank you. That Justin lives in, I believe, does meet the meet the definition of multi-res as far as rent safe goes. When we do proactive inspections of multi-res buildings, if we came across a scenario like what was described, what action would be taken at that point?
Sorry. Through the chair. First of all, maybe just for clarification, the property that was referenced by the deputy is not a multi-tenant housing project, but rather an apartment building. But that doesn't change the actions that would.
3 or more stories and 10 or more units. So I believe he described a building that met the.
I understood it was more than, it would be an apartment building in terms of how we would classify it, as opposed to multi-tenant, which would be more of a house being converted into a rooming house, for instance.
So it wouldn't be captured in any way that we are proactively investigating, property standards, and perhaps be able to come across a scenario where a landlord has some sort of ad hoc room that doesn't, meet any safety standards.
Where we receive complaints, we would certainly investigate. And in the instance of this particular property that was referenced, building permit has been issued for some construction there. There are other applications that are currently under review, and there have been inspections that took place in January when inspectors attended that site. And no construction was noted on the day of the inspection. But when there's complaints that are forwarded our way, we do undertake an investigation. In terms of existing construction, the building code doesn't regulate existing construction, and it's just that is the limitation of the building code. It only regulates new construction.
Okay, thank you. I'll explore more offline.
Thanks, Councillor Matlow. Questions from Councillor Nunziata?
Just a question on the enforcement. So as was mentioned by the deputant, Justin, so there was work being done without a building permit and a number of orders. So what is the enforcement on that? If you go in and inspect, would you tell the owner that they have to rip everything down and go back and apply for a building permit?
So when an inspector notes that construction without the benefit of a building permit,
Right,
an order is issued for the individual to obtain a building permit for the said construction or restore the property to its original condition,
right.
for which a building permit would not be required, but we would have to oversee that construction being carried out. Where they're unable to obtain a building permit application because of whatever, regulations they're not able to comply with, then yes, they would be required to restore that property back to original condition.
And we do ongoing inspections.
In those instances, we would we would follow up with the order. The order is required to comply with a certain date, and we would follow up to ensure compliance.
And so what happens if the owner decides he's just going to go to the Committee of Adjustment?
That is their right. If indeed, the reason for which the permit could not be issued was a required variance to the zoning bylaw, then they can apply to Committee of Adjustment. That process would play out. If at the end of the process, Committee of Adjustment determines that no, the variance cannot be granted, of course, the owners may appeal that as well. But that process needs to play out before we're able to take further action. So at the end of that process, where the individual still has not complied, we have the ability to refer that to prosecution, and then the courts will take over to enforce.
Which takes a long time to go through the courts.
Through the chair, it could take some time. Yes.
Sometimes it could be years. One in my ward has been 10 years. So, okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Nunziata. Any other questions? Looking online? All good. Any speakers to the item? Okay, Councilor Perks, Chair Perks, over to you.
Chair. No, just councillor's fine with me, or Gord for that matter. Members, I want to address some of the issues that came up in Joy's deputation. They're important issues. I wish there were a way that we could sort of give a pre-approval, like have somebody sit down with a rooming house owner and say, if you do X, Y, and Z, it's all good, go ahead, spend the money, get a consultant. The problem is that the laws that govern housing don't work that way. There are requirements under the fire code which only the fire chief or his staff can sign off on. There are requirements under the building code which only the chief building official can sign off on. Council cannot direct city staff to pre-approve those things. This is just the legal bind we find ourselves in under the Fire Code Act, the Building Code Act, and other provincial legislation. It's always going to be hard. So there is no world in which you can tell a landlord that without drawings, without any technical work, we're going to wind up at yes. What you can do, however, is to work across divisions to support owners of these buildings to getting there. Now, in that world, Joy raises the very reasonable concern that maybe people will look at it and say, well, it's just too hard, I'm going to sell. I want to talk to you a little bit about the experience we had in the Parkdale Pilot Project, which is one of the first places in the city where we did a lot of work to bring in illegal rooming houses and get them legalized. We tried different configurations of staff. At one point, there was a dedicated unit. At another point, it was led by municipal licensing and standards. It wasn't the configuration of staff that led to success. It was rather a commitment on the part of a number of different individuals within different departments to try to do what staff always tell us they try to do, achieve compliance. That was one element. Another element was patience. Recognizing that while some owners are going to leap at the opportunity and get there fast, others are going to take years. It took 10 years to get the 170-ish rooming houses that were illegal in Parkdale all regularized and sorted. I can only think of one instance where a tenant got displaced, and what we were able to do was say to the rooming house owner, you own multiple properties. Can you provide a unit in a nearby building you also own while the work takes place? Interestingly, of those 170 odd, only 4 of them, only 4, did the owner decide, that's it, I'm not going through the process, and convert it back to a single-use dwelling. 5 years later, after we had done all of this, market conditions changed and land in Parkdale became very valuable. And that's when we started seeing licensed rooming houses leaving the market. And out of that, what we decided to do was to create what is now called MURA. Literally the beginnings of that program that allows us to acquire buildings to protect rental units came out of an effort to protect tenants in rooming houses that were already licensed. I don't think that the process of legalizing rooming houses puts the tenants at risk, but rather fluctuations in market conditions is the thing that we have to keep our eye on. So that's just a little bit of advice there. And also a suggestion that at the back end of this, we should be prepared in some instances to go and purchase. That might be the only way we can solve some of these problems. Final note, it does, as I said, require patience and take time to get there. And it takes one thing that hasn't been discussed yet, an effort on the part of city staff, the local councillor, and the local community to go out on their own and identify candidate spots and have a working list, whether the landlord or a tenant or the owner or somebody has self-identified, to do work as a councillor and as city staff to generate your own list and proactively go out and try to create cooperation. There is a path through this.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Not seeing any other speakers. I will just move receipt. Motion to adopt. Councillor Matlow, all in favor? Carried. Very good. All right, item number 2 here. This is PH 10.2, new multi-tenant houses renovation program to preserve and improve affordable rental homes. Nice segue. We have 3 speakers, and the first is Joy Connolly, back for the second time. Come on up, Joy.
Hello again.
Hi there.
I'm still Joy Connolly, but this time speaking as a member of Right to Housing TO. But first, I would like to say on a personal note, I wanted to say to the Housing Secretariat that I really liked your report, and I liked it because it was honest in saying we're still learning, but let's do what we can, and we'll learn as we go. So thank you for that. So there are a lot of good things to say about the proposed program before you. The breadth of eligibility to include nonprofit and private sector landlords, the prioritization of houses at risk of loss, a rolling application process, the inclusion of fee waivers, as well as direct financial support, linking financial support to long-term affordability, especially that one. Financial supports to enable landlords to bring their houses to code are essential, and I hope that every member of the committee will support this program. As I'm sure you know, there will not be nearly enough money available for the thousands of rooms that could benefit from this support, but you have to start somewhere, and the model outlined in this report is the right one. The report also reminds us that, although City Council and every division in the city must uphold the Ontario Human Rights Code, the Housing Secretariat has a specific mandate to advance the right to housing in Toronto. And so as the Secretariat has identified the need for data to evaluate the MTH renovation program, we hope that we'll also collect data to evaluate the impact of the rollout of the entire MTH initiative, focusing on the elements of right to housing, affordability, security, habitability, accessibility, proximity to services, and cultural adequacy. As I mentioned the last time I was here, for many advocates, the number one fear is the displacement of tenants into homelessness should MTH owners decide to sell their houses or convert units so that they are no longer affordable. So, is there data that the city is already collecting or plans to collect from their MTH inspectors that would let us know if that's a reasonable fear or not? Is there a way when someone is entering a shelter or seeking services as a homeless person to find out whether their last permanent residence was an MTH? And if so, what happened? Was the house sold? Did the rent go up? How many others had been living in the house? Our gut sense is that many MTH tenants are members of racialized groups, often the same background as their landlord, but we don't know that. Are co-protected groups disproportionately affected? Do we have a way to examine the effectiveness of existing eviction and tenant support programs? It might be helpful to find out whether former MTH tenants have been approaching these programs, how the programs responded, what else might be needed to ensure displaced tenants find another affordable home. And what can we learn from newcomer centers, student services, faith and cultural groups, and other groups that might already be supporting MTH tenants? Can we track average rents in the MTHs that do continue, and so on, and so on. So Right to Housing TO doesn't pretend to have the answers to these questions, but we would like to offer our support to the Housing Secretary to do as much as we can to both learn the impact of this very significant initiative and then find ways to address the gaps. And we hope that that work can begin soon when we have the opportunity to create a baseline from which we can measure both gains and losses. Now, because I have a little bit of time extra on a completely separate note, I'm sorry I won't be here to stay for item 1010 on exploring Hamilton's Renovictions bylaw. It's a motion that Right to Housing TO supports. However, I had the good fortune to read some recent research by the fabulous Melissa Goldstein, who cautions against devoting too much energy to the Hamilton bylaw until the legal challenges to this bylaw have been settled. In the meantime, there are some success stories in other municipalities, such as I hear Ladysmith in BC is one of those that might be worth exploring. And so might I suggest a minor amendment to the motion to include other municipalities as well as Hamilton in the research? Thank you. That's it for me.
Thanks very much, Joy. Any questions for our speaker? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Vice Chair. So I did have a question if you had any thoughts on the $2 million grant funding. So one of the issues that I'm having trouble with is we're giving this money as a grant where most of these operators, I'm assuming, haven't been paying taxes on the money they've been receiving as rent. And now we're giving them a grant to make renovations on their homes, which will make the homes more valuable. Wouldn't it be, I'm just curious as to your thoughts, do you not think it would be more fair from an equity point of view for taxpayers, but also from a sustainability point of view from the program, if instead of giving grants, we were giving low cost or interest-free loans?
I don't know the details of the program to know whether there's a mix of grants and loans already put into it. I am sympathetic to the forgivable loan option as a way of, because we do, I mean, the critical thing in this is we also want to preserve affordability for the long term, not people just take the cash and jack up the rents, you know.
Right, okay, thank you. Other questions for our speaker? Seeing none, I will say thanks. Thanks, Joy. All right, our next speaker, same as before, this is, I'm gonna try and do better on the last name here, Paul Desnosquito. Is Paul in the room or online? Okay, not seeing them. We will move to Ingrid Boudet. No More Noise Toronto. Is Ingrid here? Thanks very much for joining us this morning.
I just have a presentation.
Sure.
And I'll put that on presentation mode.
Fantastic.
Excellent.
So when you're ready, 5 minutes to the committee.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you for the opportunity to offer my thoughts on this item. My name is Ingrid Boudet, and I'm the founder of No More Noise Toronto. I have a background in process design, data, and IT. No More Noise Toronto has over 1,000 members and support of many community organizations. I founded this group over 1.5 years ago after I learned that I'm not the only one who is experiencing significant health issues due to noise. I've created a data-centered approach around understanding the noise we live with by measuring sound from people's homes with sound level meters for over 2 years and collecting crowdsourced not 311 noise reports to fill the gaps that exist in the 311 reporting process. So while I'm addressing you, the city and councillors, I want to let everyone know who may see this afterwards what planning and housing's primary focus is, and that is on the urban form and housing development. You have a mandate to monitor and make recommendations on planning, property standards, growth, and housing development services, but I'd like to add an additional point, that you need to do this while protecting and improving the health and the quality of life of the residents who live in them. So how is planning and housing related to noise and health? Well, people spend most of their time at home, and when they need to recover or are living with a disability, they do this also in their home. Therefore, noise needs to be mitigated both from the inside and the outside. And I see this as an exciting and important project that must meet the stated aim that more homes are being maintained in a state of good repair and living conditions are improved for the tenants. So if we spend most of our time at home, then most of these impacts from noise in our living environments and what is produced outside in the urban environment come from noise. In 2017, Toronto Public Health published How Loud is Too Loud. They state that some of the health impacts of noise are increases in heart disease, heart failure, diabetes, high blood pressure. Annoyance and sleep disturbance cause these and many other health issues such as depression, anxiety, impair learning in children, and loss of concentration and focus for adults. And residents pay the price for this. Professor Tor Oyamo is one of the people that I'm collaborating with, and he's a professor from Toronto Metropolitan University. He stated in his deputation on January 11th to ECDC that in Toronto, 230 premature mortalities occur annually due to ischemic heart disease, 20,000 quality years of life are lost annually due to noise disturbance. And he said this problem has gotten worse since the report was written, which I agree with, and he states it will likely replace air pollution as the #1 urban environmental health hazard. We're managing air pollution much better than we're managing noise pollution. Oh, I don't want to play that. There we go. So what are some of the issues? Inside noise issues. I've received tons of emails about noise. Loud music and entertainment, noises from other apartments, but what I want to call your attention to here is noises from faulty infrastructure, elevator guides, fans, pipes banging. Somebody sent me an email that their bedroom wall faces the elevator shaft. There's a guide that's misaligned. Every time that elevator goes, she gets a bang on her bedroom door, our bedroom wall. She sleeps outside in a tent. Problems that I see with the inside noise issues, there's a problematic reporting process, enforcement is lacking, there's a lack of awareness on how to be a good neighbor, hesitancy to report due to possible repercussions, and no follow through on complaints to fix the problem. I specialize more in outside noise, and here's some measurements from my meters. So the Toronto Public Health Report also stated that 54% of residents are exposed to noise above 55 decibels where health impacts are known to occur, and almost 93% of residents are exposed to noise over the World Health Guideline of 45 decibels. So this is the outside measurement at Broadview and Danforth, which has a senior's home on the corner. And so basically, decibels are along the side, time is along the bottom. I'll explain in another chart a little bit more. But if people want to sleep with the windows open, they never actually reach 45 decibels. Additionally, I count noise spikes. I do that by taking the average for the week, which was 68.7, and add 10 decibel spikes to that. And you can see that they average 102 spikes on 24 hours. So this is the inside measurement now. You can see where fans kick on from the ambient level that was raised. So time is along the bottom, decibels on the left-hand side, and the red lines indicate the ambient noise level and the peak reached. While they do reach 45 decibels inside, there's significant noise spikes that interrupt their days and their sleep, which causes all of those health impacts. So I recommend inside noise. Ensure that places are built and renovated with noise mitigation in mind. Proper HVAC, climate friendly if possible. Consider ways of educating people how to be a good neighbor, kind of like we're doing in the night economy. Communicate a clear process of how these should be reported and resolved. Outside noise, install good windows. There's about 5 decibels difference for every pane of glass. Proper seals around windows and openings, proper HVAC, and vote in favor of anything that reduces noise in Toronto. So that is how we can create a better Toronto, by reducing noise. Thank you.
Thanks for your deputation, Ingrid. And any questions for our speaker? Okay, seeing none, say thank you very much. Do we want, is Paul online? No, okay, still no Paul. So we will take it back into committee then. Any questions of staff on this? Okay, Councillor Nunziata and then Councillor Myers.
Yeah, so in the report, page 4 of 13, the summary of city financial incentives for 250 multi-tenant house rooms, and we've got a breakdown and total value of 359,000. Can you explain that? And what is the total amount that we have?
Through the chair,
Yeah.
Councillor, we have tried to estimate the cost of any of the fees that might need to be waived for someone going through our process to get a forgivable loan to improve their multi-tenant home. So we've done estimates. It's hard for us to be exact because we don't know exactly the pathway they will need to go through or exactly the permits that they will need, but this is our best estimate of the total cost of what we could be waiving if we were to see around 250 homes come through the program.
So that 359 is the total for 250? Is that what you're saying?
That's right. That's our estimate at this point,
Oh.
yes.
Okay.
That's our upper limit that we've set in the report, and it's something we'll have to monitor. It really depends how many rooms we actually support through this program.
So in your report as well, page 8 of 13, when you talk about at the Maytree Foundation, their study, is that they found that for modest repairs, it would be $37,518 per room. And then they felt that with these renovations, they would have to pass the rent increases to the tenants because it's higher than what was predicted.
Through the chair, again, we are very familiar with Maytree's work. Their work has actually been invaluable to us in getting ready to deliver this program. Their estimates, they're estimating between kind of 20 and 50,000 per room. Again, not knowing, our real challenge here is we don't know the current building conditions of these buildings and homes. We have very little data because they've been under the radar, they've been illegal for so long, that it's really hard for us to estimate exactly what they're going to need to do to come into compliance. So what we've included in the report is our best estimates. We're starting with a small amount of money and going forward, likely coming back to council, monitoring how much per room we end up supporting, how much incentives per room we end up supporting, and likely doing a report back later this year with some more of that data that you might expect for a program like this.
And so the accommodation is that if someone's applying for accommodation that's smaller than permitted, correct? I mean, I'm concerned about the displacement of tenants. So would there be a flexibility in working with the owners to go through the process?
And through the chair, this program is going to be built on flexibility. Our whole approach on multi-tenant homes is about kind of phased collaboration approach with owners. And one of the main reasons for that phased and collaborative approach to compliance is because we want to protect existing tenancies and existing renters. So that's why the whole approach is phased in. It's why we're offering this renovation program so that we can try and support people, even though they've been illegal previously, to move towards compliance. And in addition to this, we'll also be trying to leverage our other existing programs like EPIC, like Rent Bank, Toronto Tenant Support Program, our housing health centres, whatever we need to do in the Housing Secretariat using our network to support tenants who may be in difficulty as a result of a landlord trying to move towards compliance.
Right.
But as we hope to minimise that as much as possible.
Yeah. So at one point, you may have to come back for more funding, correct?
Through the chair, we've set out with what we think is a good amount of money to do some significant learning on this, to really learn what the individual owners will need, the kind of conditions that we're facing in the multi-tenant homes as they move to compliance. And it may be that we have to provide a report later in the year with some key learnings. I don't want to preempt what that would ask for or what we might say in that, but that's why we've indicated an interim report earlier than perhaps we might have done.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Myers is down for questions.
Thank you. Through you, Vice Chair. I guess the same question I had asked to Joy earlier regarding was there any thought given to whether it makes more sense to have this as low interest loans or no interest loans rather than just outright grants?
Through the chair, this is actually structured as a forgivable loan. So what that means is it's a no interest forgivable loan. And for every year of compliance with the agreement, we will discount the repayment for 15 years. So after 15 years, they will not have to repay anything, but we're going to monitor in relation to all of the conditions we attach. So even though it's called a grant, it's actually kind of legally a forgivable loan.
Thank you. Second question, what happens if they sell the property before the 15-year period?
Through the chair, the agreement is structured that they agree to keep it operating as a multi-tenant home for 15 years, and if they don't, then we can recall the forgivable loan amount outstanding and the value of any incentives offered as well.
So if it is sold before the 15-year mark, would it make sense to recoup the funds that the seller is getting because they're getting an increased value because of the investment from the city?
Through the chair, I understand your motivation for that. I'm not sure the legal mechanism for us to do that. At this point, we're trying to offer the access to the forgivable loan as an incentive to get to compliance. Later on, it may be that value has been added to the home, but our primary objective with this is the route to compliance. That is an issue that's facing us, we know, in multiple properties within at least this first year of implementation of the new framework, and that's been our priority. We can certainly, over time, monitor the number of properties which are kind of moving out within that 15-year period and see if there's anything further we can do. Obviously, if they're selling to someone who also wants to operate as a multi-tenant home operator, they can transfer any requirements at that point. So if someone's willing to take on the balance and operate it, then that's something we would certainly want to encourage.
Right. I guess my issue, though, is even if, if you own a multi-tenant property and then I buy it off of you, you're still going to get more money because of the investments that the city put in. So there should be some mechanism to recoup that money so that the program is a bit more self-sustained. And I don't know how widespread this could potentially be, but I just don't think it's fair, I would guess, that most of these multi-tenant operators are not paying taxes on the money they're receiving as rents. And I think there should be some mechanism to make sure that they don't get the money for the upgrades and then they sell and walk away with even more money.
Through the chair, I understand the motivation. We may have to take that one away and do some more work on it. Thank you.
Thank you. And one final question. Is there any requirement that the renovators or contractors that they use have to be licensed so that we can have some insurance that at least the renovations are going to be done properly and in compliance with various building codes rather than sort of just hiring general contractors or people who might not be the right person to do the repairs?
Through the chair, we do have some experience in a previous program, Toronto Renovates, and we found that requiring licensed contractors only could be a barrier to the owner finding the right number of contractors at a reasonable cost. So what we're proposing to do is, obviously we would want to encourage owners to use licensed contractors, but we're also going to allow them to bring us a number of quotes, so say 3 quotes from a variety of contractors, including description of where they've done relevant work and also references for that work as well, so that the license of the contractor is not a barrier in this moment where we're trying to get as many homes to compliance as possible, but at the same time, we're trying to ensure that there's quality work done on site. And again, this is something we can monitor if we find that access to licensed contractors is something that is widespread and we can support that without seeing that too much as a barrier. We can certainly implement that later. I have some discretion through this program to add conditions at a later date.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Myers. Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Perks.
Thanks. So if I'm hearing you right, you're sort of guessing that we can, through this program, create a legal rental unit for, in some cases, as little as $35,000 in this granting or forgivable loan program. Is that sort of the ballpark we're talking about?
Through the chair, or through the vice chair to you, Chair Perks, yes, that is broadly speaking, based on the work that's been done, we're considering estimates around 35 to 50,000, although hard to be exact, but that is what the program is built on, yes.
And what does it cost to build a new unit of rental housing?
To you, Chair Perks, it is about, if land is not included, we're looking at around $500,000 per unit. So vastly more expensive than what it would cost to renovate a room of this type.
10 times. Yeah, it's 10 times as expensive. In terms of the granting program, there used to be a federal program for, I think it was RAP, the Renovation Assistance Program or something like that. Are you in current conversation with the federal government for them to fund this kind of work?
Through the chair, we have made a number of requests of the federal government. In recent times, our requests have really been around acquisition fund to support the acquisition of units like this. I'm not sure we've made specific requests. Oh, actually, in our recent report in November, we did make a specific request in EX 9.3 for a increase in renovation money for homes such as this. Yes, we have done.
Okay, that's good to know. I mean, it really is far more cost effective than anything else we can do. You mentioned acquisition. One path that may be available to us if the landlord, and this is to Councillor Myers' point, if the landlord doesn't want to make the necessary investment or something else, have we considered an acquisition strategy in parallel with this work?
Through the chair, as you're aware, there is a substantial increase in funding to MURA in 2024, and we intend to get that RFP out as soon as possible. And so the timing certainly lines up with groups who are out there in the market for acquisitions, nonprofits, and we will certainly be able to, with the owner's consent, share information about multi-tenant houses that we come across where we can see the landlord, the owner is trying to figure out what the future, whether to move toward compliance or whether to sell, and we can certainly try to share that information so that nonprofits can take advantage of MURA and pick up some of these properties.
Would it be possible, I discussed earlier, the city maybe developing a list of properties that may or may not be multi-tenant homes, just things that we've heard through legal aid clinics, all the kinds of things that Joy talked about, for us to have our own list without relying on the landlords, and just having somebody, maybe a not-for-profit or somebody, keep their eye on whether or not these properties go on the market and have some money available in partnership with a not-for-profit to acquire them and bring them into the system. Is that a possible scenario?
To you, Chair, yeah, I think that is possible. I would say we can certainly in the Housing Secretariat look to build such a list. one of our, as I said before, one of the constraints that we face is the lack of information we have about the multi-tenant homes that are out there. But as we acquire that information from whatever source, we can look to create a list which may be of interest to the nonprofit sector.
And okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Do we have any speakers on the item? All right, not seeing any, then I can move a motion to adopt. That's right. Yeah. All in favor? Carried. Very good. All right, we will move to PH 10.3. This is the Housing Action Plan Avenues Policy Review Proposals Report. We have a number of speakers, but we have a staff presentation. Do we do staff presentation first?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll bring the staff team over.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Carola Perez-Book. I'm a project manager with the City Planning Division in the Official Plan Legislation team. I'm joined today by my colleague, Kyle. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Good morning, committee. Kyle Pakeman, project coordinator on the Official Plan and Legislation team.
So we just have a very quick slide deck presentation to take you through on PH 10.3. It is the Housing Action Plan Avenues Policy Review, and it is a proposals report. So in terms of the recommendations, they are pretty straightforward. We're looking for direction to undertake public and stakeholder consultation on the proposed policy directions that are contained in the report. And we are suggesting that we would report back with an official plan amendment, including mapping in Q4 of 2024. And we are also looking for direction to advance the review and evaluation of certain city-owned sites. These are mostly surplus Toronto Parking Authority lots that are adjacent to existing avenues in order to support the delivery of more housing in those areas. So this policy review is one of 54 Housing Action Plan items that we are looking at, which fall under the category of examining and removing policy barriers. So you can see in that image there, it's this policy review is grouped under the official plan zoning and guideline changes. And there are several related housing action plan initiatives that city planning is undertaking currently. They're listed there, including the EHON Major Street Study, as well as some others listed there. They are related because they apply to the same geography in the city, and that is our major streets geography. So all of these initiatives are looking at major streets. And so we just want to point out that we are taking an integrated and coordinated approach to reviewing all of these initiatives to ensure that whatever staff are recommending for each of these is aligned and supportive of one another. This map here, this is what we refer to as our urban structure map, map 2 in our official plan. And this, you can see the extent of the existing avenues in the city. So it is the sort of brown linear geography on this map. And those have been in place pretty much just over 20 years, about 22 years, since the first citywide official plan was adopted post-amalgamation. So in terms of looking at where our avenues are currently, as I mentioned, we've had about 22 years of experience with these. So we've looked at about 30, we've completed about 30 avenue studies, covering about 45% of the approximately 175 kilometers of existing avenues. And as a result of some early experiences from those initial avenue studies, we developed the mid-rise guidelines, which were adopted in 2010. So those provided some initial direction on how development in these areas should happen. We also look at the current policies as having been pretty successful in terms of promoting investment and growth in these areas. We can see from the latest pipeline bulletin, which spanned a period of 2017 to 2022, that these areas, our avenues, contain the most proposed proposed projects of any of our growth management areas. So there's about 160,000 residential units that were in the development pipeline along avenues. And so we can see that these areas are becoming increasingly important in terms of accommodating growth. And as I mentioned, the geography of these areas and their respective policies have not substantially changed over the last 22 years from when they were initially adopted. We also see recent provincial policy changes that look at inclusion, making sure that we have support for transit supportive development, and all of these avenues do align with areas where there is transit in place. As well as is obvious to everyone here, we also have our ongoing housing crisis, which we need to come up with as many creative solutions as possible to address. So taken all together, we see this as a good opportunity in order to update both the framework, the policy framework for our avenues, as well as the mapping of where these avenues apply. I'm going to turn it over to Kyle to take you through the proposal.
So as Corolla has mentioned, we got the direction to do our policy review for the avenues through the Housing Action Plan. And through the Housing Action Plan, staff are directed to look at 4 areas of focus. So the first being updating the vision and policy directions for our avenues, which are in Chapter 2 of the official plan. The second piece is to look at extending and introducing new avenues across Toronto. The third piece is to look at opportunities to streamline study requirements for new housing along avenues. And then the fourth piece is to look at this somewhat new concept of areas of transition between avenues and neighborhoods to enable more housing. So just very briefly, in terms of updating the vision policy direction, the most substantive change that the report proposes is to look at developing what's called a avenues typology. And the idea here is that the proposals report sets out a potential framework for these typologies, which would be a performance criteria, and they fall sort of in 3 categories. So one would be Main Street Avenue corridors, residential avenue corridors, and mixed-use avenue nodes. Another change that that's being proposed in the report is to set out the expectation that avenues will be guided by the policies of the official plan, design guidelines, and eventually as-of-right zoning, which is a bit of a departure from how avenues are currently implemented. And then a further change to specify how avenues interact with some of the other geographies in the official plan, such as our secondary plans, site and area specific policies, and MTSAs. With respect to extending and introducing new avenues, it's noteworthy that in the proposals report, there isn't a draft map. Instead, the report sets out a selection criteria that staff would use to develop draft mapping. And that draft mapping would be used for consultation and would eventually inform the final mapping and recommendations for our final report targeted for Q4 of this year. Finally, it's probably worth mentioning that some of the criteria would look at components such as our land use designation, frequent transit, and proximity to certain other centers. With respect to streamlining study requirements, the proposals report sets out that we would be proposing to remove the requirement for avenue segment reviews for those avenues that haven't been studied, as well as removing the requirement for avenue studies and replacing it with a more flexible planning tool that we're referring to as local area reviews, which would allow for staff to take a more sort of focused lens when reviewing avenues. Finally, this fourth component of the review looks at areas of transition. So these would be areas along our avenues that would help to facilitate the development of mid-rise and potentially tall buildings along our avenues, and would allow for the consolidation of properties behind our avenues to allow for the depth for mid-rise buildings to be feasible. In terms of our next steps, so pending the decision from this committee, we would be going out and undertaking public and stakeholder consultation through late spring and through the summer on our proposed policy directions. We would be targeting to come back in Q4 of 2024 with our final report, which would include mapping changes to map 2. And there's the ongoing work to evaluate surplus Toronto Parking Authority sites adjacent to avenues to deliver additional housing.
Thanks very much for the presentation. I'm sure there will be some questions for you in a few minutes. Right now, we will jump to our speakers. We have 4 speakers registered for this item. Paul Nazidico is our first speaker, if they are with us. Yeah. No? Okay. I still can't get that. We'll jump to our next one. That is Waleed Kogali Ali. Online. We're just getting you connected here with Clerks. Waleed, thanks very much for joining us. When I get the go-ahead, you will have 5 minutes to speak to the committee.
Can you hear me, my friend? Can you hear me?
I think we can hear you. You're coming through, so 5 minutes and I will turn it over to you.
Good morning, honorable members of council and the Planning and Housing Committee. I'm here today to express my strong support.
Hang on, sorry, Waleed. I'm just going to pause you for a second. I don't know if we can improve that audio or if you can maybe get closer to your mic or something. It's a little bit muffled in the room. So if you can get a little closer, and we'll try and turn it up in here, and back over to you.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, it's okay. Just try your best.
I hope you can hear me.
That's way better.
So I'll just say it one more time. Much clearer?
Much better. Yep.
Excellent. Okay, so good morning, honorable members of council and the Planning and Housing Committee. I'm here today to express my strong support for the proposals outlined in the Housing Action Plan, specifically the Avenues Policy Review and the report before you, specifically under items 10.3. This report marks a pivotal step in addressing the urgent need for more housing in Toronto, a challenge that has only intensified over the years. Firstly, I commend the request for the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, to undertake broad public and stakeholder consultations on the proposed policy directions detailed in Attachment 1. It's essential that the planning process incorporates the voices and needs of our community, ensuring that the proposed official plan amendments expected in the fourth quarter of 2024 reflect the diverse aspirations of our residents. Secondly, the initiative to explore proposed policy direction and mapping changes for certain city-owned sites adjacent to the existing avenues is highly commendable. These sites offer significant opportunity to support the city's growth in a sustainable and strategic manner by delivering much-needed housing. In this context, I want to highlight a crucial addition to that approach. The city should prioritize the development of rent-geared-to-income homes on the city-owned sites. This focus on affordable housing is not just a matter of social responsibility, it's an economic imperative. By investing in rent-geared-to-income housing, we can ensure that all Torontonians, regardless of income level, have access to safe, affordable, and quality housing. This approach will not only address the acute shortage of affordable housing, but also contribute to the creation of more equitable and inclusive communities along our avenues. Toronto's avenues are a critical part of our urban fabric, supporting growth and intensification. The Housing Action Plan of 2022 to 2026 rightly focuses on aligning the city's official plan with the pressing need for more housing. The Avenues Policy Review emphasis on updating the vision for avenues development, extending and introducing new avenues, streamlining study requirements, and creating transition areas between avenues and neighborhoods is both timely and necessary. Moreover, the report's commitment to enabling more housing while advancing important city building goals, such as increasing the housing supply, diversifying housing options, enhancing transit accessibility, and building inclusive communities is commendable. This initiative is about more than just expanding housing. It's about improving the quality of life for all Torontonians by creating vibrant, safe, and accessible public spaces, and ensuring the availability of essential community services and facilities. However, as we move forward with this ambitious plan, we must adopt a holistic and inclusive approach. I echo the recommendations of FONTRA, stressing the importance of integrating considerations of cultural heritage value into the Avenue Policy Review. Our city's main streets are more than transit corridors. They're vibrant centers of community life, rich in history and character. It is crucial to protect this heritage through thoughtful policy and urban design guidelines to preserve Toronto's unique identity for future generations. In conclusion, I urge the committee to advance these proposals with a commitment to a sustainable urban growth, community engagement, heritage preservation, and most importantly, the prioritization of rent geared to income housing on city-owned sites. Together, we can shape a Toronto that not only meets the housing needs of today, but also ensures a legacy of inclusivity and accessibility for all its residents. Thank you for your attention, and I eagerly anticipate the positive impact these initiatives will have on our beloved city.
Thanks very much, Waleed. See if you have any questions here. Seeing none, thank you for your deputation. Move to our next speaker, and this is Damien Moulet from More Neighbours Toronto. Damien, are you online? Clerks is just getting you connected. Hi there, Damien. Thank you for joining us. When you're ready, we have 5 minutes for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, More Neighbours strong supports continuing on the Avenues Policy Review. Request that we be one of the stakeholders listed.
Hey, Damien, I'm going to pause you for a second. Is there a way that we can strengthen that connection or improve the audio? Maybe, you know what, Damien, if I think we've got some bandwidth issues here. If you want to go camera off, I appreciate the camera on, but if you want to go camera off, it might help with the audio.
Sounds good.
That's better. Let's give that a try. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Just wanted to say More Neighbours strongly supports continuing with the Avenue Policy Review. I have some initial feedback, but I won't bore everyone with the details of that this morning, since this is just a motion to proceed with the proposals report. The reason I called in this morning was I had a question about the new avenues and how exactly going to be worked into this process, but I think that was already addressed by the staff presentation this morning. So I understand that the criteria will be consulted on. The final report. I just wanted to make sure that was happening. Original step, this policy review, and very happy to see it included in the final report in Q4. Just ask everyone to continue to be aggressive in proposing new housing and get us out of this housing crisis. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Damien. See if we have any questions for you. Seeing none in the room. Thank you for your deputation. And we will move to Jeff Cattell from FONTRA. Is Jeff in the room? He is here with us. Jeff, thanks very much for joining us this morning. When you're ready, 5 minutes over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the Planning and Housing Committee for this item. The staff have really summarized very well, of course, the initiative. So I'll move right into more substantive comments. We agree that the avenues have become an increasingly important part of the official plan's urban structure, and in recent terms have clearly attracted the most growth of the city's growth management areas, due in large part to continued public transit investments such as Shepherd Subway and the Eglinton Crosstown LRT. The The report proposes a new avenues typology with three parts: avenue, main street corridors, avenue residential corridors, and mixed use avenue nodes. This adds to other housing action plan typologies such as major streets, which are in neighborhoods, not in avenues, which results, frankly, in a complex and confusing policy framework. Meanwhile, from a resident's perspective, many of the city planning defined avenues, quote unquote, are simply lowercase main streets, such as Young, Mount Pleasant, Bayview, Bloor, Danforth, Girard. Main streets are generally 2 stories with retail on the ground floor and residential, often rental or office above. They are well-loved cultural destinations, not just corridors. As a result of innovative batch listings by Heritage Planning, mostly back a few years ago in 2017, 2018, several stretches of Main Street have received interim protection from demolition by listing in the Heritage Register. However, as you know, as a result of Bill 23, their listed status will be eliminated at the end of this year, December 31, 2024, unless designated in the meantime as part of the lineup of 4,000 properties across the city. An impossible job. And not permitted, by the way, to be relisted for 5 years. Sounds vindictive. It is apparent that the Avenue Policy Review is driven by this very single-minded focus here on housing, the mandate under the Housing Action Plan. We would simply say that and that's fine, but the Avenues policy needs to be considered from a broader, wider, more integrated perspective. We recommend that the terms of reference of the Avenue Policy Review be amended to include consideration of the cultural heritage value of main streets and how this may be protected through heritage policy and urban design guidelines. And secondly, the Avenue Policy Review should be considered by Toronto Preservation Board. Thank you very much. Welcome any follow-up.
Thanks, Jeff. Any questions for Mr. Cattell? Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Through you, just so I understand, you're not necessarily opposed to the avenue policy, you just want consideration as to preserving the character of main streets generally, in terms of like their historical character of how they look, 2 stories, more walkable communities, rather than sort of having large towers on it.
Well, I think in reality, what we're talking about is that right now there's mostly a 2-story fabric along, Mount Pleasant, say. And staff listed the 10 properties on that block, between Hillsdale and Davisville or something. And so there's some protection there. And if there's a development application, staff can demand that there be a setback at that 2-story level. And then if it's a tower, then the tower, have further setbacks, but you've got some preservation of the fabric of the street. Mm-hmm. What we found in one case, right there at 211 Yonge Street, actually it was Yonge Street, a couple of meetings ago at Toronto Preservation Board, the staff brought only the one building at a corner to be designated. The other 9 properties on the street were not mentioned at all. So clearly, we need to look at the main street in an integrated way. We've got surely, increased pressure on avenues from a development perspective, but we also need to integrate the physical and the historical fabric of the community. So, some people would argue you've got to maintain the life of the street as well, the vibrancy of the street. We would support that too. It's harder to do, of course. Like, how do you protect, small butcher shops and small clothing stores or whatever, in that situation when the developer wants to bring in a larger retail fabric, So there's lots of issues here. that needs to be considered as part of the decision-making, because these are important, very important aspects of the city.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for our speaker? Not seeing any. Thanks very much.
Chair Bradford, if I could be added.
There we go. Sorry, Councillor Candival online.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the deputant, and appreciate the delegation and the content. My question, through you, Mr. Chair, to the delegate, when we look at the need to build housing, we look at transit-rich communities, and in juxtaposition to your point, there's a challenge if we're being restricted by virtue of heritage or preservation when we have areas or avenues such as Danforth and Yonge, which some stretches are so low-rise that it could accommodate mid-rise intensification that allow the principle of transit-oriented development to be advanced. So, to the delegate, do you see that tension that we have to reconcile with, that by pursuing a strategy of heritage and preservation, then we're preventing our ability to build housing where it makes sense, where we have such opportunities like high order transit?
I think from the perspective of living at Bayview and Eglinton, there's an incredible amount of applications. We've got 8 applications that happened, and they're pursued, through Ontario Land Tribunal. We're not actually seeing much being built, but the city's part of it is being played absolutely, with approvals. I think we need to look at heritage from the point of view of the street perspective, not just the individual property, but the character of the street. That's what people love. That's why they walk. They want a vibrant street to walk on, and somehow we've got to work between these two things. We can do it. We just need to put our minds to it. The desperation around housing has to be worked in with context, and not just you've got to open your mind to a broader context of the landscape that we're in, and the way we as residents and citizens love these streets. Let's take it into account.
Point taken. I think the reflection I'd like to leave you with is that we have many pockets of our city where there's only bus service, and sometimes infrequent, and we're seeing intensification in those neighborhoods, but not in pockets where we have such high order transit like subway. So just something for reflection.
Absolutely. Understood, Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor Candival. Any other questions for our speaker? Okay, not seeing any. Thanks very much, Jeff. That's all I have on the list for speakers on this item. We'll take it into committee. And do we have any questions of staff? Councillor Matlow.
I've heard over the years that along certain transit routes, for example, the Bloor Danforth line, and in particular along Danforth, there's been a challenge in scenery development to provide more housing density along that area because the lots are too shallow. Is that like one of the considerations for the transition areas, to just allow for the proper use of those sites to be able to create larger and deeper lots?
Through the chair, Councillor Matlow, you're quite correct. It's part of what we will be looking at.
And have you been hearing like that has been a challenge over the years? Like, is that something that you're specifically trying to address?
Through the chair, again, we have seen this over the last 20 years when we've undertaken various avenue studies. Some, such as areas in Scarborough, where we haven't had that same challenge, but we have certainly, and Councillor Nunziata are going to point you out, one of the avenue studies we did in your ward, we had challenges with respect to lot depths. So we looked at areas of transition. So this will be part of the study. Part of it is rationalizing some of the deeper lots and some of the shallow lots.
And with respect to something that Mr. Cattell said earlier in his deputation, is it not correct that there doesn't necessarily need to be a binary choice between preserving heritage features of buildings that we want to retain to for a main street, for an avenue, and building housing? That there are many examples, and I say this rhetorically because I can show you a few, in my community as well, where we've been able to protect, whether it be the facade or a segment of the building, the materiality, which also then, we've been able to negotiate the size of the size of the retail space itself to be able to accommodate for lower leases, the butcher, the bakery, the local independent coffee shop, etc., but still have a redevelopment above and around it, and have a successful development that was economically, viable for the developer themselves. It doesn't have to be a choice between one or another, does it?
Through the speaker, no, it does not. And in fact, and I'm reflecting on what Mr. Cattell had said, part of the official plan is to look at everything holistically. So while we're doing an avenue and we're evaluating an application along an avenue, we have total regard for the policies in the official plan. But as members of this committee know, it's always a balancing act when we're dealing with an individual site. But from this purpose, we will certainly always be looking at, from the study's purpose, what are the characteristics of an area as we come forward with the final recommendations.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Matlow. Any other questions? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm just wondering, when I go back to the map of the avenues, first, I've heard people in my community share that Huntingwood was considered as part of that study. Is that correct?
Through the chair, are you talking, sorry, I'm not quite sure I understand. You're talking about the original plan for the avenues?
Correct. I've heard, they came to me and they shared concern that Huntingwood was part of this plan. But I don't see it, so I just want to confirm that Huntingwood was maybe considered but not added to the list.
Through the original official plan, when we looked at the avenues, we actually had a broader listing of avenues, and it was when we brought it to council that a number of the avenues came off. Certainly any lots that are back lotted onto an avenue were not included, and we would not be looking at those either because they're not signaling the opportunities for intensification at this point in time.
Thank you. I guess my second question is, some of the avenues that are identified, I don't see, when I'm just sort of comparing to what we approved for the rapid TO, I don't see a plan to build rapid transit along those avenues. So for example, I see Jane is included, which makes sense. We're planning on doing a rapid TO on Jane, but then I see Shepherd, and Shepherd is already quite congested, but there's no plans as of now, they're looking at it, to actually build any type of rapid transit. The city doesn't have plans. The province is looking at potentially adding a subway, but we don't know how far that will extend. So is the work that's going to be happening, sort of when we're thinking of this broader picture, is there going to be alignment to make sure that we're approving avenues in conjunction with providing the transit first before we sort of go down the route of intensifying these avenues?
I would, through the chair, I would say to you that all the avenues right now have transit. It may be bus transit, but they do have a form of transit, so they're not all rapid transit. And so what we have always wanted to be able to leverage is the public investment in transit along those corridors to provide for greater intensification.
Right, but I guess as, you know, Councillor Canterville said, there's transit, there's a bus that comes every once in a while, and then there's like rapid transit. So rapid TO, subway, streetcar, something that's more higher order transit. So Eglinton Crosstown, Finch West LRT. So I'll rephrase, is there a plan to ensure that there's higher order rapid transit along these avenues before we sort of include them in this study? Because we could get an instance of adding thousands of new residents without the transit to actually support them.
Through the chair, that will come down to the typology that we end up recommending. In this proposal, we're proposing 3 different typologies. So you'd see a graduation of intensification, particularly around transit nodes.
So I guess in the more intense approvals, will we be sort of focusing on areas that there is a plan to sort of add higher order rapid transit?
Through the chair, I would say no. We're going to come forward with a proposal that proposes where the avenues would go.
Okay.
Historically, growth happens incrementally along these avenues, and if I reflect back on the 3 First Avenue studies, the first time we saw a shovel in the ground, although council had adopted both the avenues and framework, but in effect, zoning for those lands was at least 10 years. So the approval and identification of something as an avenue does not create a flurry of intensification all at once. However, the avenues framework in the official plan has been very successful in directing where growth would go. Sorry.
Okay.
You're all seeing me being unresponsive to a member of the public.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks. I've got a couple here. I want to ask about the application checklist. Could you just give us a couple more details about what a local area review will look like and when that would be required?
Through the chair, a local area review has to be distinguished from a local area study. And I think that's where some tension may come in for people. So currently, we may undertake to do a community services and facilities study, which is really quite important when we're doing a large swath of an avenue when we're looking at it. So that is the type of study that we may do, because to Councillor Meyer's point of intensification, we want to make sure that community services and facilities are keeping pace. So we would work with our colleagues in other divisions around that. Where a local area study is a broader based study, it's not what we would be looking at here. It would be, for example, Glen Cairn is one of the areas on a MTSA that there's intensification happening. We would do a broader study in that, distinguished from a local area review.
So in terms of cleaning up the application checklist, we are providing a more nuanced path. We're only asking for what is needed on an individual application, actually eliminating the study requirement in all application types.
We're streamlining the process to make it simpler and clearer.
Okay. I think your mic dropped out, but you said streamlining the process, which is nice to hear. Policies for transition zones. I guess at this, we're still a proposal report here, but what's the staff vision areas of transition would be located in relation to our avenues? And would that be based on a different category other than avenues?
So with respect to the report, Chair, the transition zone is one to enable those properties fronting avenues to actually accommodate greater built form, right, mid-rise developments and above. So it's looking at those adjacent properties that don't front on the avenue and incorporation of those into the development site that would front on the avenue.
So we talk about Danforth a lot in the context of those short and shallow lots. Given the need to provide lot depths that would better facilitate assembly and mid-rise development, is the team open to exploring opportunities or potential impacts of redesignating those lots identified as areas of transitions from neighborhoods to mixed-use avenues? Mixed-use areas, rather?
Yeah, I think that one of the important things through you, Mr. Chair, is, the extent of which we're going to be expanding the avenues framework covers a lot of geography, and those contexts vary tremendously across the city. But certainly in terms of implementing this framework, there will be land use redesignations.
Okay, so might work in some places, might need to go mixed-use areas, other places, NA not applicable, but it will depend on the context.
That's right, and I think the typology that's before you today, those 3 typologies will be informative to that next part of the exercise.
Great, okay, that's all my questions. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Nunziata, questions?
Yeah, just one last question. You mentioned the avenue study in my ward that we did, I don't know, 20 years ago or more? Okay, so on St. Clair Avenue. So when we did that overall planning study, that was just not my ward, but it was also east of my ward. Does that trump the avenue study that we did years previously? Because we did that avenue study and then I believe it was appealed and then whatever. But then we did the new study that we just recently did. So does that trump the whole avenue study recommendation?
No,
It doesn't?
Through you, Chair, it doesn't. So what will be coming later before this committee later this year is through Kyle Connect's team is as-right zoning for the avenue studies that have been completed, right? And so we will be bringing forward permissions to make it easier to advance to building permit on those portions of the avenues in the city where those avenue studies have been done and adopted by council.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Nunziata. We have Councillor Candoval online and then Councillor Matlow as well.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Wanted some greater context to the difference. I know in one of the rationales for foregoing an avenue segment review or study was that it may be considered duplication of a block context plan. What is a block context plan?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So that picks up on the Chair's earlier question with respect to the local area review. So the block context plan is part of a complete application. So when proponents come in for a rezoning application, they have to submit as part of that complete application a block context plan, which looks at the adjacencies in terms of parcel fabric and built form to understand how the proposal fits into, complements, and builds upon the established character.
Okay, and on the topic of the local area review being optional, would staff consider that the local councillors' consideration be part of that?
Yeah, as has always been our practice in terms of involving and engaging with local councillors and their leadership at the local level, they will be engaged in terms of the necessity of a local area review and actually what that local area review is. We do anticipate in most instances that, as Councillor Nunziata pointed out earlier, that change comes to these areas incrementally, and we have been able to manage that change as individual development applications get approved and eventually make their way to building permit and occupancy.
Thank you. And as part of the avenues policy that would come in Q4, and pardon my ignorance on this, is if an area is now designated an avenue or updated as the previous avenue, does that necessarily mean that existing commercial retail would be rezoned to mixed use or to residential?
Through the chair, at this point in time, we're not rezoning. This proposal before you deals with the official plan, and the avenues is not a designation. It is an overlay and a structural element of the official plan that speaks to where we want to see growth happen, such as the centers and the downtown. Zoning will come afterwards, Councillor, through other work that is ongoing, but at this point, it won't be happening.
Okay, thank you for that context. And given the cart before the horse before the cart, I think the two intersect and are connected. I think as part of the study is, and I appreciate the language acknowledging complete communities, is looking at what is existing beyond just parks, community centers, libraries, I think, part of that study needs to reflect other avenues, but I'll speak to that later. As part of this study, are we looking at the impacts on traffic?
No, we are not, Councillor, through the chair.
Is that something staff can consider incorporating in this proposal as you unfold this out into Q2 and Q3, as looking at the impacts upon traffic?
So through the chair, Councillor, as we advance forward, the typologies that we're looking at do seek to better understand that avenues have different characteristics and different functions, and part of that work will be understanding what are the current mobility patterns that are happening in terms of Councillor Meyer's earlier questions around high-order transit availability or proposed high-order transit. So that will influence the work going forward in our final reporting, but in terms of doing specific traffic impact analysis, that's not part of this high-level official plan work. In the interim, if in your ward, for example, you saw individual applications coming in, those applications would be, as part of a complete application, required to submit a transportation impact statement.
Okay, point taken, but though it is a broad high level, I think there's room to see that intersection. Last question, what's the plan in terms of structure and form of the community consultations over spring, summer?
And so we will, on these citywide initiatives, we typically structure the consultations in terms of district base. We also reach out to specific interest groups and stakeholders. Some of the submissions today at committee have requested to be specifically engaged. And we also will be reaching out to individual councillors if there's interest from both residents associations, but also business improvement areas who provide, to your earlier point, an important role in terms of driving commerce and employment opportunities along these arterial roads.
And are we looking at...
that was your last question, Councillor Campbell. Okay. Sorry, thanks. Councillor Matt Lowe.
A couple of questions. One, for the benefit of my colleagues who represent inner suburban areas, while this is more focused on avenues and transition areas, et cetera, if there is a concern about quality of life challenges with respect to increased density, but without parks, infrastructure, social infrastructure, et cetera, keeping pace with that growth, there are opportunities to work with planning staff on versions of, for example, Midtown and Focus, TO, Core, et cetera. So in other words, we could do concentrated area plans, whether they be secondary plan, introducing secondary plans, revising secondary plans, or other types of reviews to be able to ensure that along with growth comes quality of life. For existing residents and new residents.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wasn't sure if that was a question or a statement, but concur with that question.
Thank you. And those options are available. And I just want to get ahead of a potential fear-mongering, which I experienced years ago when we were testing the idea of transition areas as part of Eglinton Connects, when we were supporting transit that will, one day arrive on Eglinton.
You know the day.
I don't know if Metrolinx does, but yeah. Anyway, let's digress from that for a moment. But when there was even the proposal was raised about creating a little more depth in the lots to support like very reasonable upzoning, given that we were about to get higher order transit along Eglinton, there were people literally going door to door to door in neighborhoods adjacent to Eglinton saying that the city was going to come and take your home away. And it was all going to be expropriated and all this kind of stuff. Could you just, for the record, just kind of get ahead of that? Because somebody's going to do it somewhere. That's not, the city is not going to knock at your door and say, you're now part of a transition area, so we're taking your home away. This is very incremental. This is just about creating more opportunity for housing, and where the market goes and where people make their own choices about their own homes, that will take its own course.
Through the chair, you are absolutely right, Councillor. This is not about expropriating individuals' properties or homes. This is about laying a policy framework that helps address intensification and guiding where intensification will take place in the city.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we can move to speakers. Any speakers on the item? Looking online, Councillor Candibal.
Thank you. Through you, I just want to appreciate this policy review. I think having a sense of structure of where we intensify and a consistency is very important, because sometimes that consistency is not so apparent to those outside of the bubble here, perhaps. And it's part of how we deliberate upon where we intensify. I think the essence of complete communities is paramount to ensuring quality of life. I think it's clear to all of us in the room, quality of life really is reflective of where you live in the city. And I think that's an important piece to remember as we plan communities, as is our role as a city, and how and where we make those choices matter to so many communities. And it goes beyond just parks, libraries, community centers. It's about music venues, restaurants. It's about walkability, and it's about getting around our city conveniently and effectively. So I think there needs to be a very complex and sensitive approach to this decision. And I appreciate and understand, as a new councillor, this is a broad, high-level exercise, but keeping in mind what is triggered as a result of this will have a real-world implication. So I appreciate the study and the willingness to engage with local councillors as well as with the community through a robust community consultation, offering different forms of communication, I would imagine, I think is central to having an engaged community that understands what's happening before them, because that's been my reflection through two exercises of democratic exercises, that there are large chunks of our communities that do not have a keen understanding or any sense of the implications of the decisions being made here. So I think that's central to this exercise, and I know all of us at the committee and council are willing to partner with staff to ensure we bring in a diverse area of voices to understand what's before us. So I thank staff and looking forward to seeing this be a robust review. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Candibal. Councillor Matlow.
So I appreciate staff bringing forward these recommendations. Given how serious the housing affordability crisis is in Toronto and beyond, our neighborhoods and our avenues cannot remain static the way that they were before. We have to evolve our thinking, and we need to address reality to make sure that this and every future generation of Torontonians can afford to live in a city that's become unaffordable. I want to add that there are sometimes, I think, very false binary choices put before us. And Mr. Cattell brought up one earlier where, the term character is often used as a euphemism for keeping people out. But if you take the word for what it should mean, when we talk about beautiful design, when we talk about, vibrant main streets, when we talk about materiality, when we talk about preserving heritage, not as an obstruction to building housing, but incorporating it into a city that is celebrating its history while being excited about its future. I think that is, that is a successful city. That's what we can do. I also want to acknowledge that as a city, Toronto has not been successful at ensuring that our quality of life, whether it be transit, whether it be school capacity, whether it be a whole range of important priorities, both social and hard infrastructure, keeps up with the pace of growth. It is absurd, for example, that in areas along the Yonge corridor between Yonge and Eglinton up to Willowdale, that you see signs that say that your kids may not be able to go to the local school because there won't be capacity. You would, like, if you were playing SimCity, you would lose. Like, that's not good planning. But it's not Toronto's responsibility alone. We have a provincial government that is not funding transit adequately to ensure that we have the support we need to support the growth that they say they want. We have a provincial government that is underfunding the school system and not supporting our education system in a way that will keep up with the pace of growth that we all say we want. In other words, our governance framework, if we're gonna have a genuine new deal for the City of Toronto, our financial and governance framework needs to change so that the supports we need for our residents are there to support the growth, to create the capacity and supply that we need in the housing market. Both need to happen. And it's not about just supporting the existing residents in our communities today. It's about ensuring that every new resident that we welcome into our communities, along our avenues and in our neighborhoods, have a childcare space nearby for their kids, have a school that their kids can walk to rather than be bussed out of the neighborhood, have social services, pipes and wires that meet the needs, toilets that flush, electricity in the walls. All of that needs to happen. And if it all happens together, then whether you have 2 people in an area or 2 million people in an area, everyone gets a good quality of life, and that's what we want to see. So I support staff's efforts, hopefully with our collective support, to address the housing supply priorities that we have, sometimes even too incrementally, I think we should all acknowledge. But ultimately, the concerns that some of our colleagues have raised today about areas where there isn't sufficient transit support, et cetera, need to be addressed simultaneously. And I think we all need to put our minds and our efforts towards making sure that this happens in concert. Quality of life, housing, and if you put that together, we are building a city that we can all be proud of.
Thank you, Councillor Mel. Any other speakers? Okay, not seeing any. I will speak. I have a motion here. It's pretty straightforward, but this is directing staff to consider redesignation of lands identified as areas of transition from neighborhoods to mixed use to better facilitate mid-rise development. This is an idea that comes up time and time again at every housing roundtable that I've been involved in over the past couple of years, when we ask the question, what do we need to do to truly unlock mid-rise development? And the topic of transition zones is raised every single time. So this is just a request that staff consider that as part of the next piece of work on this item. I want to thank City Planning, of course, Corolla, Kyle in particular. They've done a ton of work on this, and the proposal report in front of us today, while it is a step forward with more work to be done, it does really represent one of the 2 significant bodies of work that City Planning is undertaking as part of the housing action plan to unlock more housing opportunities on our avenues. You will see here in the months ahead a complementary report that will be on the proposed as-of-right zoning for the avenues, both those that exist today and those that will be added after Kyle and the team undertake that important work. I think when we consider how development has taken place in the city over the decades here, we have, of course, seen a lot of intensification at our centers. We've seen neighborhoods that have largely remained static. And I would describe our avenue growth and policy and approach today as aspirational, being that everybody wants vibrant main streets. They want places where small business can thrive, where they can walk in their neighborhoods. We heard Jeff Cattell articulate a vision for that today as well. And yet it's been very challenging to have that realized. We are making some progress, but there's still a lot of work that we need to do to unlock the potential of streets and avenues like Danforth. Of course, in my community, that sits on top of billions of dollars of transit infrastructure. But if you were to characterize the predominant archetype on Danforth, it's a 2-story building. So we're just not in a world anymore where that's acceptable. And it really is with avenues like Danforth in mind that I move this motion, because the transition zone piece is one of the major barriers on those short and shallow lots, like Corwin identified, that present a challenge to unlocking the type of size and scale of development that makes sense, regardless of whether you are a private market builder or a not-for-profit trying to deliver on a project that achieves a level of affordability. If you can't assemble a lot that works for these type of buildings, none of those projects go forward. So with that, I'll leave it there with my thanks and gratitude to staff, and looking forward to seeing the next phase of work. Gord, yeah, question there. Councillor Perks.
I want to speak.
Oh, to speak, okay. Okay, Councillor Myers with the question.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm just hoping, can you just clarify how the motion, I guess how the motion helps to sort of facilitate mid-rise development on avenues? I guess I'm just not clear the difference between transition and mixed use.
The transition is an idea. It's a recognition that we need to have a transition zone between land use designations and zoning. So you could have a mixed use designation on an avenue, something that permits a mid-rise form. You are immediately adjacent and abutting against stable neighborhood type characteristics or designation. And so having a transition zone that accommodates that mixed use or mixed area designation would allow you to deliver a mid-rise site with a transition to the zoning adjacent to it. So like we can get into the details, but if you are, looking at a 120-foot lot depth on Danforth, the ability to build a mid-rise in that context is very challenging without assembling the site next to it, behind it, so that you can do the ingress, egress, the loading, the garbage, all the stuff like that.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thanks. And thank you for your motion, Mr. Chair. I'll be supporting it. I think it's always good to get the staff to ask a wider range of questions. I just want to put a word of caution. There is a thread in the conversation about Toronto's housing policies that suggests somehow that our zoning bylaws and our official plan map are somehow preventing housing from being built, and that's the reason why rents are unaffordable and owning units is unaffordable. If you listen to the presentation, staff told us that just within the last 5 years, 160,000 units of housing are in the pipeline on our avenues. Just, stop and think about that for a minute. Depending on how many people live in each of those units, that's more than the population of Kingston. It's actually approaching the population of Windsor. On top of that, remember that the province of Ontario just last week announced that Toronto had not only met, but it exceeded the provincial growth targets. Add to that our decision to allow up to 4 units in what we think of as single-family dwellings by itself creates the potential for 1 million units of housing. All of this without any radical reform that somehow eliminates barriers to creating housing. We're creating a lot of housing within our current planning framework. We don't have to throw out the kinds of things that Councillor Matlow was talking about, the necessary social and physical infrastructure, or the kinds of amenities that make a community walkable, as Councillor Candeval was talking about. We don't have to wholesale throw out the role of the planning department and the City of Toronto government to make sure that growth not only is physically happening, but leads to sustainable and livable communities. So I just wanted to inject that note of reality and caution before we, fall for the trap of believing that somehow good planning gets in the way of building housing. In the City of Toronto, that's absolutely not true.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Okay, no other speakers, then we can show of hands on my motion, if that's okay. All in favor? Carried. Item as amended. All in favor? Carried. Very good. Moving along. So we are now on item 10.4. We have speakers. This is expanding housing options in neighborhoods, garden suites monitoring program update. We have a couple speakers registered on this. We'll start with the request for Paul Niedozico. Not online. Yeah, I know. He's probably just waiting for the correct pronunciation. I'm sorry, Paul. That's right. Okay, Jacob DeWang. Online? No? Dropped off. Sorry about that. Someone who hasn't dropped off is Jeff Cattell, because he's in the room. Come on over, Jeff. 10.4, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, the garden suites monitoring program. 5 minutes when you're ready.
Oops. How do I get this chair back up again? There we go. Good morning again, Councillor Bradford and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. This report on garden suites summarizes the planned monitoring program and presents preliminary findings following the analysis of approved building permits and minor variance applications for variances to the zoning bylaw approved by Council last year for garden suites. We note that building permit application numbers indicate a slower uptake in garden suite applications than laneway suites, with only 97 permits issued at the time of this report. As such, the report recommends that the monitoring period be extended to ensure enough data is available in order to recommend any necessary policy and zoning changes necessary to facilitate the construction of garden suites. The report states that, quote, assessing the degree of change demonstrates the extent of variation between a proposal and the zoning bylaw requirement. This analysis will inform whether the existing zoning requirements are too restrictive and whether minor adjustments to the zoning requirements are necessary to increase the number of as-of-right applications. We submit that this statement is supposition. In other words, believing something to be true without any proof. It does not show it is too restrictive. It just shows that there are more applications with respect to certain variances than others. No surprise there. Let's not forget that the zoning performance measures were developed and approved by City Council in order to protect the interests of the city, the public, stakeholders, as well as the applicant. An example is the staff preliminary analysis of 126 minor variance applications, which found that 28.8% of the variances requested were to vary the angular plane requirements. The intent of this provision is to limit shadow and privacy impacts on the primary residents and the neighboring properties. These variances indicate that a significant number of proposed garden suites have not met this requirement. So should the variance be removed? That is supposition. Frequency of the variance is information, but does not argue in the absence of evidence for the performance measure to be done away with. Finally, we note that the consultants to be hired will be responsible for preparation of a consultation strategy. We would simply remind you that the consultation of a broad range of stakeholders, quote unquote, needs to specifically involve neighbors as well as applicants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Jeff? Not seeing any. Do we have questions for staff?
Yeah.
We'll start with outside councilors. We have Councillor Carroll here.
Yes, thank you. And the deputy actually went right there. This is exactly what where I was going to. In terms of looking at what we might choose to adjust here, I'm just wondering if the data gathering and the now looking at adjustments mirrors what we would do on larger developments. Say we started to see a trend in variances on development of low, mid, and high-rise buildings. How often would we review that? I know we sometimes say this is being varied anyway. That was covered in the harmonizing of the zoning bylaw with respect to a lot of committee of adjustment issues. But how often would we do that? And does it meet the time frame between when we started to allow garden suites and now?
Through the chair, yeah, and thank you for the question, Councillor. I think that's an interesting one. The observation I would make is that when we apply zoning to our low-rise residential neighborhoods, we are applying it to large swaths of the city that tend to have fairly consistent lot fabrics. And zoning behaves in a more predictable fashion on those lots. And obviously there's a lot of variation in the lot fabric, but there are patterns where we can be fairly methodical about analyzing the outcomes of zoning on those properties. That is different, I think, from the types of zoning that we bring forward to allow dense, tall development in our growth areas, where the lots tend to have significant variation in their shape and in their size and in their adjacent conditions. And so zoning is a bit less predictable there. That tends to be why historically we have created that zoning through site-specific process rather than through as of right. So I think the type of monitoring that we're doing on garden suites as well as other HEON programs is reflective of the fact that over the last years, we have as a city undertaken a program of actively examining the zoning in our low-rise neighborhoods and how we may modify that zoning in order to leverage greater opportunities for a greater variety of housing, and wanting to be sure that we're not creating unintended impacts that we maybe didn't have in mind when we adopted that zoning a few years ago.
Right. And it's similar to the item elsewhere, and this, in a way, this is a finance question, so it's a tricky one, and maybe it's just one that the deputy city manager would take back. But we have a low take up here, so we're trying to figure out how it's going from a small sample. But I have in my head feedback that we got at the pre-budget consultation. We had a whole family arrive. They filled up a whole table, and they asked, with respect to creating more housing for garden suites or even laneway homes, we provide a home retrofit grant to green a home. If we want more housing, why not do a financing grant, given that interest rates have grown? Why not provide a financing grant if someone wants to create more housing on their lot? So that one of the impediments, one of the reasons there may be low take-up is the economy and the rising interest rates. Is there any model we could look at, any other jurisdiction where we're actually looking at incentivizing with financing programs or other things, these units being able to happen on the sites where they're easily accommodatable?
Through the chair, I'll confess I don't have an immediate answer to that, but I mean, certainly, yes, we can look at whether other jurisdictions are creating financial incentives. And obviously we would want to look at jurisdictions that have taken a somewhat similar approach to creating permissions for accessory dwelling units. Vancouver comes to mind.
Yeah,
as one
yeah.
place to look.
And that's my only other question, Mr. Chair, was are we, even though we now have ours in place, are we continuing to monitor what's happening in the other jurisdictions? You know, Vancouver comes to mind also because they started sooner. So are we continuing to sort of monitor the impact over time that happens there and then coming back to compare it to our own experience?
Through the chair, Councillor, it's Abby Bond from the Housing Secretariat. I will maybe...
And former Vancouverite.
Yeah, so interestingly, Vancouver has not offered incentives to date, as I'm aware, for the creation of this type of housing, but there are many jurisdictions that have, and certainly we've had a incentive program ourselves for kind of laneway suites, but there's been a relatively low take-up for that, so we could certainly look at other jurisdictions. Ones that spring to mind that have been very effective include San Francisco, for example, in the US. So there are others that have had much more success than we have. So we could take that away and see if there are models for that in those incentives that may work, if there's interest from committee and council.
Okay, thanks. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. If it's okay with the committee, one of our deputants has come online, and he was here all morning, so if everyone's okay with that, I'm seeing some head nodding. Very good. Jacob Dewayne, I understand you're back in the virtual lobby, if we've got you connected.
Yes, hello.
Hi there. Thank you for joining us. 5 minutes, over to you.
Hi, and thanks for changing around the agenda so that I could speak. I was in a meeting for those probably like 10 minutes where my spot came up. So hi, my name is Jacob DeLong. I no longer live in Toronto. I moved to Edmonton about 8 months ago, but before that I was in Toronto for a number of years and involved with More Neighbours Toronto for those years. And I just saw this coming up on the agenda. I still have many friends living in Toronto who are affected by the housing crisis. And I just wanted to come here and speak to it, given my involvement in housing. So I just want to raise your attention to the letter that More Neighbours Toronto wrote. I understand that there's been very few garden suites that have been actually put forward under construction. And a lot of that has to do with the overly restrictive rules that council put on it when it was passed. The staff report recommends continuing to monitor for another little while, but I do feel that there is one rule that makes absolutely no sense to continue forward with, and that is the angular plane towards the owner's own house. Like, what are we even doing there? Like, what are we trying to protect? We're saying that even if I want to have a little bit more shade on my garden, well, you can't, because you have to have an angular plane towards your own house. That is something that I think that we can remove pretty much right away. You folks can direct staff to bring forward the amendments to remove that requirement for the angular plane towards the owner's own house. The rest of it, fine, I understand the rationale for continuing to monitor, but I think that's one common sense change that we can make right now. In the report, the majority of the minor variances put forward were for the angular plane. I think it was like 29%. So let's get a move on this. Let's remove the requirement to have an angular plane towards your own house. I don't see why that exists. Let's just get rid of it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jacob. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Looking around the room, looking online, not seeing any. Thanks for joining us from Edmonton and accommodating us amongst your workday. Thank you. We will go back into questions from committee. I see Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, so just a question to staff. The 126 minor variance applications I went through, those were applications that came in that needed variance, but were there any built as right that they didn't have to go to the committee?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for that.
How many were there? Do you know?
Roughly just over 50 were built as of right. So of the 97 garden suites that have been completed, I think 53 of them proceeded as of right and did not need any minor variances.
Just 53, and then 126 went to the committee.
That's right, and of those 126, 40 odd have been completed, and the remainder are somewhere in the process to get their building permit, or maybe maybe they haven't applied for a building permit.
So the ones that went to committee, do you know what the variance for the minor variances were?
Yes, and in fact, I'll turn to Ms. Foose and Ms. Jones to answer that question in detail.
Good morning. Through the chair. So we have a list of, in the staff report, there's a list of the 10 most requested variances of the 126 minor variance applications that have come forward. As part of our review of those applications, we're reviewing the variances that are requested, the extent of change that an applicant is seeking, and then what the outcome of that application is. Not every application is approved. Some are modified, some are refused, and then go to TLAB.
Oh, just so so were some of the minor variances like for trees, tree removal, or for permission to remove trees?
Not specifically, but there may have been some variances that were interconnected with issues around tree removal. Ms. Datham is here from Parks and can address that, I believe.
So good morning, through the Vice Chair. So through this time period that we were monitoring, none of the issues were related to trees that went to the C of A.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Vice Chair, I guess I would just like to follow up on the Deputant as to why we have these angular plane rules for garden suites, and do they make sense?
Through the chair. So there are different angular planes that are required for a garden suite. There's one that measures from the garden suite to the main dwelling, from the garden suite to the side lot lines, and from the rear lot lines. So the intention of angular plane provisions is to ensure that there's access to sky views and sunlight on both the neighboring properties, but also the property that has the garden suite on it. So if we go back to the guiding principles of the Garden Suite Initiative, it was all about providing for the garden plus suite. So the front angular plane, for example, which the deputant spoke to, the intention of that is to ensure that there is access to sunlight between the garden suite and the main dwelling, so that that garden component and enhancing and maintaining the natural environment can remain, even though we are providing for additional structures within the rear yard.
So I guess my question is, if someone is, indifferent whether there's sunlight on their property, why is that the matter of the city? I get it for the neighbor's property, but if it's on your property, why should the city be involved with that?
Through the chair, I think there are a couple of answers to that. First of all, let's keep in mind that not all properties with garden suites have an owner occupant, and part of it's around maintaining good amenities for the tenants on those properties. Part of it's also recognizing that in the residential fabric of our city, those low-rise residential neighborhoods, there's a pattern very often where the interior of the block is occupied by people's backyards. It's carved up by property lines and people enjoy different portions of it, but collectively that creates a sense of openness that contributes to the overall outdoor amenity of the various people who occupy that block. And so as Ms. Foose indicated, there's this notion in our garden suite bylaw of accommodating both the suite and the garden. We want to be sure that our residential neighborhoods continue to have an open space element that contributes to the amenity and the quality of life there.
Thank you. I guess my second question, and this is sort of tied into the first question, is why is there a way to get the uptick in terms of garden suites that are built as a right? Is there a way to increase that rather than having to go through the committee of adjustments, which will significantly add to the cost and delay of building these suites? So I had a resident who basically said he had to become a planning expert in order to navigate building a garden suite. By the time he was done, he just decided not to do it because it just seemed overly complicated. So it's great that we have rules to sort of preserve the character of the neighborhood, but if the rules are just causing people to just like walk away. They're not really providing the service that we're hoping that they will do, which is facilitate more housing.
So I think there's a planning answer to that, and there's a larger holistic answer to that. So on the planning side, I'd say that for two things. First of all, one of the reasons we're doing this monitoring is identify whether the bylaw that is now in place, and that is fairly new, whether there are any barriers, zoning-related barriers to delivering this housing that we want to adjust. And now that we have that bylaw in place, we will, over the course of time, have some real life examples and experiences of what's gone well and what hasn't gone as well. And we, as the report indicates, we will report back with recommendations on that. Another thing that can be done on the planning side of this, and you will have seen this reflected in both the Housing Action Plan and the recent Housing Accelerator Fund application, is that there is an intention that we will pull together guides, I'll say the word guide, educational tools, resources for the public who want to construct garden suites to better enable them to do that and understand how to navigate the process. And the third part that I want to emphasize, and this is not related to zoning, is I think you need to think about all of the decision points that a property owner needs to make when they are considering whether to build a garden suite. And some of that's about planning. Will they be able to get their building permit? There are other practical considerations. Do I have a family member who will occupy that suite? Or do I want to take on the responsibilities and obligations of becoming a landlord? Can I afford the financing to construct that suite? Can I afford the construction costs in today's construction environment? Is there a contractor that I have faith in and that I trust who will build this for me in a way that's going to be successful? Those are all big life decisions for any property owner that are only partially related to planning or not related to planning at all. And so I think we need to keep in mind that for these initiatives to be successful, it's not just about creating zoning approvals, it's about a whole package of an economic environment for how these living accommodations emerge.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Perks.
Yeah, Kyle, what does it cost to go to the Committee of Adjustment? I forget.
The fees for an application vary, but this type of an application involving a garden suite would typically cost about $5,500 for an application fee. Of course, in addition to that, an applicant would need to prepare drawings, and typically they would hire a designer and architect to do that. They may need to get a new survey of their property if they don't have an up-to-date survey already. So there are other costs often associated with putting an application together over and above the fee that they would pay to the city.
So $10,000-ish.
10,000 could be right, though I'm always hesitant to speculate on what the architects and surveyor fees would be.
But that's the order of magnitude, right?
Order of magnitude, I think that's fair, yes.
Yeah, and I know this isn't really your job. Maybe there's somebody out there who can tell me. What I have heard is that the construction and building the servicing and so on and so forth, that's in the range of $300,000 and up.
As you've noted, that's not really my area of expertise, but that number sounds reasonable, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? I got a couple. This is for city planning. Do we have a sense of the, building on Councillor Perks' questions, the number of applications that are going through for a garden suite that end up at C of A for minor variances?
Just to reiterate, of the 97 building permits that have issued, under half have gone to Committee of Adjustment, just over half have proceeded as of right. And then there are, of course, there are a number of applications that have gone to Committee of Adjustment that haven't proceeded to have a building permit issued yet.
Right.
They're somewhere else in the process. But I mean, I'd say based on what we have, it's about half are proceeding as of right and about half are seeking variances.
Okay. The report states that relief from the angular plane requirement is by far the most common variance at C of A. Do you have a sense of the proportion of the total number of applications that have included at least one variance for angular plane?
Through the chair, I believe it's 125.
So it's 58 like unique applications that are seeking angular plane variance of the 126 variance applications. So 58 out of 126 applications seek an angular plane.
So also not quite half, just around half there. Right. Out of those 97 applications that have gone to the C of A, that have been approved, how successful are folks, 97 that are approved, how unsuccessful, what's the rate of failure at the C of A for variances on garden suites?
Councilor, I'm afraid we don't have the answer to that.
Okay.
We can try to create that data.
Okay. I'm going to ask building a couple questions. Do you have a sense of the number of building permits received by the city that require the minor variances?
So I don't have stats on that right now. What I can tell you is that since January 1st, 2022, we have received in the order of 333 building permit applications, which is an increase from the number in the report, which was published to November 1st, 2023. So there's been a significant uptake, I would say, by a delta of about 89.
On that uptake, do you have a sense of the geographic breakdown of the building permit applications that we've received for garden suites?
I do.
You do have a sense, okay. How many of those applications are located in Beaches East York?
In Beaches East York, there's 28 applications.
Pardon me?
28.
28. How does that compare to other wards? Is that more or less than the average?
While I don't have the average, I would say the 28 is a higher number than the number of applications in majority of the other wards.
Which ward has the highest number?
Beaches East York.
Okay, good, understood. Are there downtown? So, are there downtown wards that we're seeing an uptake in garden suites that might be lower compared to the average in a downtown context?
I'll just recite a couple of numbers. Parkdale High Park has 24 applications. Davenport has 19. Eglinton Lawrence has another 24.
What about next door to me on Danforth?
Next door to you, which I believe is Ward 20, Scarborough Southeast.
No, the other way.
The other one, remind me of the number.
It's Toronto Danforth, it's 14.
It is 18.
Okay. So we don't have a lot of data right now, but you can see some emerging trends there in the distribution of where these building permits are going. Does Kyle and his team have access to the data that you have in front of you right now? And through their consultation, will they be able to get access to that on a granular way?
We can certainly provide that. This information that we collect is currently collected on manually, but certainly Kyle's group can have access.
Okay, thanks very much. That's all my questions. With that, I think we can move into speakers. Any speakers on the item? Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, I'll just be brief. I do have a motion that was sent to staff this morning. And the reason for this motion that I am concerned about the slow uptake on the garden suites in particular and the other gentle intensification measures in across the city. I'm not even sure how many, I didn't ask you how many were in my area, but I don't think I have a lot in my ward. I think 2 or 3. And so I'm concerned about that, and I think that that if we can ask staff to report back in the third quarter, and then we can go from there and expand it, because I think, I think a lot of people out there too don't know. They don't know anything about garden suites. If you mention to them, oh, I didn't know, what does it mean, Maybe we need to get out there and explain it to people. and you might get a lot more interest. You know, when we first approved this, we talked about how some families have elderly parents that they want them to live with them, and you know, garden suite would be perfect to bring your elderly parents next to you, right? I mean, and that was and that was very important. I remember we discussed that during council when we approved the whole bylaw. And now, I mean, you hear people that are building it, and you know, they're not only expanding it to families, but as well as to build housing. And I think that's a priority. So that's the reason for my motion, and I hope you'll support my motion.
Thanks, Councillor Nunziata. Any other speakers? Councillor Myers?
Thank you, through your vice chair. Yes, I'll be brief. I want to just thank Councillor Nunziata for putting that motion forward. I definitely will be supporting it. And I too am concerned at the low uptake of these programs, particularly when I think of like areas like Scarborough, which have quite large lots and very, very few applications for garden suites. And this would be the perfect place to build multiplexes, garden suites. I think I have a handful. And to me, what I've constantly heard is just that it's just too complicated and people don't want to bother with it. And you know, the sad part is, you know, they get so much pushback for trying to build a multiplex, but if they want to demolish a small bungalow and build a giant McMansion, that's no problem. That's easy. That's straightforward. So I get what we're trying to do in terms of we're trying to make sure that we're preserving the character of our neighborhoods. We're trying to make sure that we're providing a good quality of life for everyone. But if it's easier to tear down a bungalow and rather than build a fourplex, to build McMansion, that's what people are going to do. I have some McMansions in my ward that are just totally out of whack with the rest of the neighborhood. And the fact that they could get approved, but you know, getting anything else, even a small apartment building, and I know that's a bit off topic, but it just shows that there's a disconnect in terms of what we're trying to achieve and what's actually happening out in the areas that we want to build affordable housing on, or just housing in general. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Myers. Any other speakers? We'll go Councillor Candoval and then Councillor Perks.
Sorry, just a quick point of order. I have a question on the motion to staff. When do I ask that? Would now be
you would have asked it when Councillor Nunziata moved the motion.
No, I think he's talking about the report.
Oh, you have a question of staff?
No, on Councillor Nunziata's amendment.
All right. So you can ask the mover now.
Did I miss that off?
Or no? Or, well.
Very clear.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So you can ask the question to Councillor Nunziata.
Staff? No, it's not.
Oh, no. Okay. You cannot ask staff questions about Councillor Nunziata's motion. You can ask the mover, Councillor Nunziata, but you cannot ask staff.
Okay, gotcha. Then I'll direct it to Councillor Nunziata. I appreciate the motion. I wanted to get a sense from you on your motion, which if staff could put it online, I don't have it unless they were emailed out. Councillor Nunziata, I just wanted to get a sense of this idea. I mean, do you consider garden suites and laneway suites as a form of affordable housing?
Yes.
Okay, great. And of course, multiplexes, I think, provide that. So, yeah, that was the intent of my question, to get a sense of the consideration of those. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Councillor Candoval, did you want to speak to the item as well, or was that it?
What I wanted to get at is get staff's opinion is if the laneway and garden suites are considered affordable housing. That was the question I had in my mind.
Okay. Maybe Councillor Perks will speak to that. Over to you, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. we actually did go through the question of whether laneway suites or laneway houses and garden suites would be affordable housing. And the advice from city staff at that time is no. Just because of the construction costs, say $300,000, and the fact that they're not severed, but they continue to be owned by the property owner, means that they will either be rented to a family member or rented on the open market. So that's the cost of construction. And because they're not privately owned, but rather rental units, the rents to recover that are going to be at a minimum $2,000 a month. So that's not an affordable rental property. So we asked the affordable housing staff to look at what we would need to do in terms of incentives when we did the laneway suites. And we created an incentive program against staff advice. They said it was way too much money for what you get in terms of affordability. And we created the program, and if memory serves, I think 4 people have taken them up on laneway suites. If we have money available to create affordable housing, this is not the way. Unless we want to, there's a weird echo. I can hear someone else talking.
Can we just maybe keep it down?
Someone's microphone is on. Anyway.
Your mics might be on over there, Councillor Nunziata or Myers. Mics, your mic.
Oh, could you pause me? Yeah.
It's awkward.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
No. Okay. So we, in looking at the economics of this, we have to bear in mind that at a construction cost of around $300,000, as I said, the rents are going to be very high. But we also need to understand whether our zoning rules are the thing that are breaking the back of applications. The Committee of Adjustment costs $5,500. You're going to have to pay for figuring out how to do the water hookup, the fire code, the building code, the electrical, and the architectural, whether you go to the committee or not. So it's $5,500. On the other hand, a 1% increase on the mortgage cost of $300,000 is about $200 a month or $2,500 a year. So over 2 years, a 1% increase in interest costs you the same as applying to the Committee of Adjustment. The big factor here is the cost of financing. It is not our zoning bylaw. All of us, when we looked at rooming houses and garden suites, understood that these are kind of unicorns. They're going to appear rarely. It's going to be a rare circumstance when a private homeowner has $300,000 and the best way they can invest it is to build a suite that they're only going to be able to rent out to a very few people who would rather pay $2,000 a month than get into the home ownership market. It's a very small segment of the market. These are a good thing to do. They increase the kinds of housing that are available, but they are in no way an important contributor to our affordable housing goals. They are in no way an important contributor to the overall supply of housing. These are very boutique, niche things, and we needn't fuss ourselves about overthrowing all of our other planning goals for a very boutique, niche, high rent kind of unit. And, you know, if you want to have a conversation about tweaking it, that's fine. I'll support the motions and the review, but don't hold your breath for this in any way contributing in a meaningful way to our affordable housing goals or our overall housing supply goals. They never, ever will. The market and the cost of borrowing money is the thing that is preventing more of these from being built, not city processes.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Can I just have a motion to extend to complete the item? Councillor Myers, all in favor? Okay. Any other speakers? Okay, I will speak. I just have a couple motions here. The first is that we're going to request city planning to include as part of their ongoing monitoring program the considerations of the impacts of expanding the additional height permissions that exist in Beaches East York. Look at doing that citywide. Second, we will request city planning to consider removing the angular plane requirement. It's my view that at a time where we're looking at removing angular plane requirements on mid-rise buildings, we ought to revisit the necessity of that on garden suites. And so just asking them to consider it. Third is aimed at we're addressing some of the challenges that have been identified in the approach to data collection and the need to have a tighter alignment between city planning and Toronto Building just to evaluate the uptake of housing forms like garden suites. We heard that, it's very labor intensive for Toronto Building. They have to pull that data manually right now, which, on a go forward basis is not ideal. And they are doing that work, so that's going to be helpful. And then the fourth is just a simple reiteration. The report back schedule outlined in the report was that staff would have final recommendations by Q1 2025 to allow more applications to come forward and thereby giving staff more data on which to base their recommendations. I think that's really helpful too. This has obviously not been an avalanche of garden suites, and if you were around in this building at the time, I think a lot of us understood that. As Councillor Perks said, they don't work on every site. It's not a panacea for affordability. It's about housing options in neighborhoods, hence the genesis of the EHON program work. For those of you who weren't necessarily here at the time, back in January 2022, I had moved a motion to create a pilot in Beaches East York that enhanced some of the proposed permissions for garden suites to better fit the context of neighborhoods that had more of a pre-war building form like Beaches East York in an effort to help ensure that some of these types of homes would actually be viable in the lots and configurations that you have around Danforth and Beaches East York. And that was why I was asking the question around the ward next door, which has similar lot configurations along the subway line there. It starts to get a little bit different once you go east of Victoria Park. But what we've seen with limited data, and it's all with a caveat of limited data, is that some of those changes in Beaches East York might have led to having the highest uptake of garden suites in the city. It might have led to having more projects go forward without minor variances because those permissions were provided. And again, just for context, basically it comes down to the setback between the building. If you're doing a 90-foot lot, it's very difficult to have the separation distance between the additional dwelling unit and still be able to have the second floor on the garden suite. So that's why, I'm looking to see, would that model be helpful citywide? That's why we piloted it, and I want them to consider that going forward. And again, as Councillor Perks said, I don't think anyone's pretending that garden suites or laneway houses, for that matter, are a panacea to affordability. Here in Toronto, they're not. But, if you have in-laws, if you have aging parents, if you have kids, if you have somebody that you want to rent it out to, and again, not deeply, deeply affordable, but more rental options in a city that continues to have 1.5%, 2% rental vacancy. I think that's a good thing, and bringing that to more neighborhoods in Toronto, I think should be all of our shared goal. So hope I can count on your support and appreciate staff's work on this. Thank you. Great, thank you. Okay, so if that's okay, we don't have to vote on the item because it's a proposal report, just vote on the amendments. Councillor Nunziata is first, all in favor, carried. And then mine second, all in favor, carried. Very good. We will recess and see folks back at 1:30. Thank you. Ah, lovely. Quorum has been achieved. Do I have to wait for anything else? No. All right, beautiful. Calling the meeting back to order. Thanks so much. We will resume with item PH 10.9, Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee request for accessibility considerations in our plan, Toronto Chapter 1. We have speakers on this item. I have two here listed, and I'm going to go, we'll call Chad Hamad. Is that individual online? Chad Hamad? Okay. Miguel Avila Valerde. Hi, Miguel. Welcome back. If you want to take a minute to sort of collect yourself, then we're ready for you to speak. All right. Folks online, Miguel just joined us in the room here. Great. Okay, Miguel is ready to go. 5 minutes. This is on PH 10.9, Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee request for accessibility considerations in our plan Toronto, Chapter 1 review. 5 minutes. Over to you, Miguel.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to this committee. I'm going to be focusing on the accessibility recommendations. 1A, how to best build more accessible housing units. Number 1, and the other is my comments with regards to the city manager's presentation that it talks about indigenous peoples, indigenous planning perspectives, et cetera, which are really good things. In view of that, I am curious to know if in the last city budget approval, $17 billion, was that money put aside to build the future co-op at 500 Dundas Street East? Because this is one topic of conversation we're having with my councilor, Chris Moyes. I believe the office of the mayor is aware of that future co-op for indigenous peoples. So I bring also another piece of information. On this report, it says that in the first quarter of 2024, they will be coming to the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee to, advisory committee, yes, will make a presentation. So right now, my understanding is that the advisory committee has not yet approved the terms of reference. I believe the general manager has to come back and let us know if grassroots people like myself, we're not liable, we're not legal liability. We're just grassroots people who care about the community. I'm a person with mental health and physical disabilities, and that's the name of presentation that you have on the overhead. My disability won't stop me, only discrimination can. So, and on the first bullet point, which it talks about how to build better housing. You know, many years ago, we used to have a review panel that tenants of Regent Park were consulted about the future of our units. And we talk about disability, accessibility, and how ways to make those accommodations for residents in the future. So we are doing a great work, thanks to the work of the RPAT committee of the TCAC. Kudos to them for bringing ideas, suggestions to the TCAC board. However, we lack one part, is the mental disabilities, mental issues. You see, I want to hopefully include in the new developments as we are building to have proper support systems for people who have mental disabilities. One of the things that it helped me during the pandemic, during the lockdowns, is to exercise. And I used to go and run on the streets. And one of the absence on the amenities section, because this manager, the report says, that we want to increase amenities. We don't have gyms in TCAC buildings in Regent Park. The only buildings that are built are inside the condos. They have access to gyms. Us, we didn't have access to gyms. We were told you had to go to the community neighborhood center where you can use the gym, but they were closed. During the pandemic, many people were running the stairs, the hallways to stay active and positive. So if you want to address how to build better housing, please include an amenity that is so important that people like me, that we have disabilities, like access to a gym. The only two gyms that are available in Regent Park is at 220 Oak Street and 256 Sackville Street, which is part of the seniors portfolio. Other than that, nobody else have gyms in their buildings. So if we want to talk about truth and reconciliation, please, councilors, ask the city manager to fund the co-op housing to be developed in Regent Park. I believe our Premier of Ontario has given to the city $144 million. Perhaps that money can be used to fund and build the future home for Indigenous people in Regent Park, which will be part of a co-op housing. And I just want to mention that we have a problem with governance. If we're going to go ahead with this co-op housing with Indigenous people, we need to have people on board. And I have said this time and time again. Some members of the grassroots
your
community
final
were
thought there,
not
Miguel.
included. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Any questions for Miguel?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks for your deputation. We can try Chad again. Is Chad Hamad in the room or online? Okay. We will take it into committee. Are there any questions for staff on this? Okay, not seeing any questions for staff. Any speakers on the item? Okay, then I will just move the recommendations here in front of us. All those in favor? Carried? All right, very good. Committee, we come to PH 10.10, which is the Renovictions bylaw piece. There's a number of speakers. I will note that Councillor Fletcher wanted to be here, so I've texted her. She's in the building. So, Gord, how about this? Would we be able to jump to your item, which is the next one? Technical corrections to multi-tenant housing zoning bylaw. Yeah, is that okay? We'll do that and give Councillor Fletcher an opportunity to come back in. So we will do PH 10.12, technical corrections to the multi-tenant housing zoning bylaw. We do have a few speakers on this, just one actually. Do we have Justin Cowan here? Ah, Justin, making a day out of it. Thanks for sticking around. So you know what you're doing now. 5 minutes on this, and I'll turn it over to you.
Awesome, thank you. So yeah, I'm back. I wanted to thank Councillor Perks for raising this issue because this is something that we've also been struggling with, and that we've really been trying to get answers on going forward. So under the incoming house bylaws, a multi-tenant house does not need to be in a house. Maybe I can clarify a bit about the situation of our building. We are an apartment building. However, the landlord has come in and has started subdividing up units and renting them out as individual rooms. They do not have a rooming house license, but there's currently an investigation by the MLS team looking into whether they require a rooming house license. It seems that the current bylaws for rooming houses did not really anticipate their use in an apartment complex. Currently, each individual unit is being considered separately when considering if they qualify as a rooming house license, and the bylaw itself states that a rooming house is any building containing 4 or more dwelling units or dwelling rooms being individual rooms rented out with shared kitchen or washroom. And so it's very unclear going forward how this is going to be applied to our building, whether they're going to be sticking with applying it to each unit individually, or if it will be applied to the whole building. And this has, massive consequences for the tenants of the building because firstly, it decides whether these regulations will apply. And secondly, there's a 25 unit cap on a rooming house. And so if applied to the whole building, there could be a significant risk that tenants would lose their housing. This is not just one building or one weird instance in downtown Toronto. Our landlord claims to operate over 300 of these types of rooms across the city, and there are many copycat landlords that are operating similarly across the city. And so I ask that as the technical bits and bobs of this legislation are being ironed out, that there's specifically looked at how these bylaws will apply in apartment complexes, and with an eye at making sure that tenants are protected and that we have that these bylaws can apply to protect tenants. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Justin. Any questions for the Deputy? Councillor Fletcher.
I'd just like to understand better exactly, thank you for coming and telling us this story. I'd just like to understand better exactly what's happening. It's an apartment building. How many apartments are there in this building?
Yes, so it's a 3-story apartment building with 21 units.
Okay.
And currently there are, I believe, 8 units that have been subdivided into individual room rentals.
Sorry, so that would leave 21, 8 of the 21 have become a different kind of unit, and there's still 13 that are regular apartments, is that right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And so these 8 units have been, how many bedrooms have they put in these units?
It varies by apartment, but usually 4 or sometimes 3.
3 to 4, so 3 bedrooms. And was there, do you know, happen to know if there was a building permit for this work? Were there walls and things that were put up, or?
So this was something I discussed in the morning. So there were a number of issues with the permitting. No building permit was initially applied for. The work was causing a lot of issues in our units, so we asked buildings to investigate. They came in and observed that there was a compliance issue, so they issued an order to comply. Then subsequently, there was a building permit issued for 1 unit, but they continued to partition units and do work without seeking permits for those units. And as the building, as these units were going through the permitting process, there was no indication that these were being changed into multi-tenant housing because there was no indication that additional bedrooms were being added in the permits themselves.
I see. And just how many, were these one-bedroom apartments that were being changed or two-bedroom?
Two-bedroom into
Two bedrooms
into four.
into four, okay. All right, thank you very much for that info.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions for our deputant? Okay, not seeing any. Thanks very much, Justin. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That, I believe, is all the speakers on this item. Questions of committee? Okay, Councillor.
I'm just going to ask, this is a very interesting situation. I'm just going to ask the staff about that, where you can take a two-bedroom apartment, and would you need a building permit to change it into a four-bedroom apartment?
Through the chair, a building permit is required when any construction is proposed, and if you're changing a dwelling unit into a rooming house.
Sorry, it's really hard to hear and I can't.
When you're changing, a building permit is required when you're changing an existing dwelling unit into a rooming house, or when you're proposing any construction, a building permit is required.
So this was proposed to be, but it's not a rooming house, it's an apartment building with rooming houses inside of it? I'm having trouble understanding. It's a very unique situation, is it not?
It is unique. The short answer is anytime anyone is proposing construction, a building permit would be required.
And then the nature of being a rooming house, is this technically a rooming house situation?
So through the building permit application process, staff will review whether the proposal complies with zoning bylaw or not. So with respect to this is almost like, you're right, Councillor, it is a very unique situation where you're proposing an apartment, I'll say rooming or dwelling rooms within an apartment structure. Does that comply with zoning bylaw or not? And that assessment would have to be done.
So is that assessment underway that applies with the zoning?
So I understand that there was one building permit applied for. There's two others that have two other applications that were received, but those permits are still under review.
Okay, it's an interesting phenomenon, so I'm just trying to dig in deeper. With the 21 units, they've taken 8 units, so you have, and created 8 4-bedroom, well, you could call them apartments, but are you calling them dwelling rooms? People that aren't related, or what is that strange thing that's been created within one apartment building?
I would call them dwelling rooms, but from a building code perspective, when you're creating that type of an occupancy, there is a requirement for fire separations and et cetera. So apart from the zoning implications, there are code implications for such designs as well. So it indeed is a very, very unique situation, but the code and zoning bylaws would address such situations. Whether they're permitted or not will depend on the regulations.
And what happens if it's illegal construction?
If it's illegal construction, orders would be issued, and they would be required to comply with the order. In this instance, I understand an order was issued for work no permit. I don't have the full details here, but I believe that order is currently under prosecution or has been forwarded for prosecution.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Perks, did you have questions? Nope. Okay. Any other questions? All right. Can we move to speakers? Councillor Perks to speak.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Before I get into the substance of this, I'm afraid I have to disappoint Justin. My motion does not in any way direct staff to do any policy work on the definition of rooming house and how it is managed. My motion simply responds to a request city staff made of me to provide to council a report to correct some stylistic and technical issues within the rooming house bylaw. For example, there's a particular table that is in the bylaw that lays out what criteria have to be met in terms of transportation issues. In the rooming house bylaw, if I'm getting my facts right here, we wrote it with 5 columns. In the last year or two, for other reasons, we have changed the main bylaw so the information has to be provided in 3 columns. So it's just tidying stuff like that up. There is no substantive change, no change in the definition of what a rooming house is or any aspect of what a rooming house is. It's just cleaning up the language in the bylaw. And the reason we're doing it this way is so that there can be a staff report for members of council to review ahead of the council agenda. If this were a substantive discussion, we would go through a much more rigorous reporting and committee process than we're doing here. To the issues that Justin raises, I have a lot of sympathy there. It's not really something covered by the rooming house bylaw. This property would not be eligible, but it is something that we capture in a couple of ways. One, you can't simply add new dwelling units or dwelling rooms to an existing property without city approvals. If there are a sufficient number of new units, then frankly, you would have to go through probably a committee of adjustment or a full rezoning application to add a whole bunch of new units. But at a minimum, as Kamal said, you would need to go through all the different code and fire code provisions for making sure that unit is safe and that the life safety minimums are met. So that is trapped in a different way than the rooming house bylaw. So while what Justin is talking about is very important, it's not germane to the issue in front of us right now. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Any other speakers? Okay, so we'll just move the recommendations. Oh, adoption of the recommendations. All in favor? Okay, carried. Very good. Thank you. We'll jump back to item PH 10.10. Councillor Fletcher's with us, and we have a number of speakers on this. This is the Renovictions bylaw. Do we have Waleed on the line? Okay, Waleed, we're just getting you connected, and then you'll have 5 minutes. There you are.
Good afternoon, members of council and the Planning and Housing Committee. Today I stand before you to discuss a matter of great importance and urgency, the plight of tenants facing renovictions and the need for effective legislative measures to protect them. The creation of the Subcommittee for the Protection of Affordable Rental Housing during the 2018 to 2022 term of City Council was a commendable step towards addressing the challenges posed by renovictions. Unfortunately, the term ended without a concrete solution being advanced. Renovictions, a distressing practice where landlords misuse N13 eviction notices under the pretense of substantial renovations, have displaced countless tenants from their homes and communities. These actions not only undermine the security and stability of tenants, but also contribute to the erosion of affordable housing stock in our city. The heart-wrenching testimonies presented at the subcommittee from tenants and advocates highlighted a glaring gap in the legal framework. They understand the lack of understanding among tenants about their rights, the aggressive tactics employed by landlords to vacate units, and the subsequent rent hikes post minimal renovations. It's become evident that there needs to be a direct linkage between the issuance of N13 notices and the requirement for a building permit, ensuring that only genuine and substantial renovations lead to tenant displacement. In this regard, the City of Hamilton has pioneered an innovative approach with the introduction of their Renovictions bylaw in January 2024. This bylaw mandates landlords to apply for a renovations permit within 7 days of issuing an N13 notice. This permit application must include a building permit, an engineer's report verifying the uninhabitability of the unit during renovations, and a copy of the N13 notice. This process not only validates the necessity of the renovations, but also safeguards the tenant's right to return post-renovations, coupled with suitable relocation assistance and comprehensive information on their rights and the process involved. The Hamilton model presents a viable and effective framework that could be adapted and implemented in our city. It not only holds landlords accountable, but also empowers tenants with knowledge and mechanisms to protect their rights. The requirement for renovation license tied to the issuance of N13s introduces a much needed layer of scrutiny and transparency to the renoviction process. Furthermore, the emphasis on providing tenants displaced by renovictions with referrals and relocation assistance underlines our collective responsibility towards ensuring housing security for all the residents of Toronto. The distress caused by renovictions and demevictions, fueled by the exploitative practices of issuing N12s and N13 notices for superficial renovations or unjustified demolitions, demand our immediate action. Therefore, I urge the committee to consider the Hamilton bylaw as a blueprint for our own city's efforts to combat renovictions. I request your support to direct staff to incorporate an analysis of this bylaw into the upcoming report. And on the renoviction bylaw, it is our duty to protect the vulnerable members of our community and preserve the integrity of affordable housing stock. In conclusion, the adoption of a renovictions bylaw inspired by Hamilton's example is not just a policy measure, it's a moral imperative. Let us take a stand against renovictions and demevictions and work towards a future where every resident has access to stable, affordable, and dignified housing. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Waleed. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, not seeing any. Thanks for your deputation. We'll move along to Melissa Goldstein. Is Melissa here? Online. Hi, Melissa.
There we go. Good afternoon. Through my job as researcher with the Canadian Housing Evidence Collaborative at McMaster, I was given the opportunity last year to work with the City of Hamilton staff on their anti-renoviction policies, including the bylaw that was unanimously approved last month. I have a report coming out very shortly that does a deep dive into the policies Hamilton and municipalities in BC have developed to deal with renovictions that I hope will be helpful in developing Toronto's policy. Because of this work, I'm asking for two things today. Hamilton has developed a good policy, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. So my first ask is for councillors to direct staff to also look at Ladysmith BC's anti-renoviction policy. And my second ask is to not take "it can't be done" for an answer. And this is why. Hamilton's bylaw came about after Hamilton City Council directed city staff in December of 2022 to find the ways and means of implementing a new Westminster-style anti-renoviction bylaw. The New Westminster's bylaw has received considerable attention. For decades, the city had required rental housing businesses to be licensed and to comply with property standards that were set out in the licensing bylaw. In 2019, the city added new rules to the bylaw that licensed landlords had to follow when undertaking building renovations. Specifically, before issuing a notice to terminate the tenancy for renovations, landlords are required to have either entered into a new tenancy agreement with the tenant for a comparable unit at the same terms in the same building, or have made other arrangements for the tenant's temporary accommodation during the renovation or repair and for their return to the original rental unit at the same rent once renovations were done. By ensuring the landlord had already made arrangements to relocate the tenant and for the tenant's return to the unit before the landlord was able to issue an eviction notice, New Westminster hoped to stop landlords from evicting tenants to do renovations and to encourage landlords to do renovations without ending the tenancy agreement. But the policy only addressed renovictions where a formal eviction notice was issued, and so informal renovictions continued unabated. When Hamilton staff reported back in April of last year with the results of that council direction to find the ways and means of implementing a new Westminster-style bylaw, they told councillors that in the city's solicitor's opinion, it wasn't within the city's jurisdictional authority. This was not the first time staff had avoided pursuing an anti-renoviction bylaw. Councillors had been pressing them for years to pursue one, and staff had avoided doing so over and over again. City councilors had to literally insist at that April meeting that staff follow council direction and explicitly tell staff that, and I quote, "We're willing to have the fight if someone comes after us and sues us," before staff would take that direction seriously. That council meeting is really something to see. Even still, when staff came back with the draft bylaw in August, it still didn't include those new Westminster provisions because, again, staff claimed it couldn't be done. That draft version of the bylaw did do something novel, though. It used the city's business licensing authority under the Municipal Act to require landlords who wish to evict tenants for renovations and repairs that were so significant that vacant possession was required to get a specific business license to do those renovations and repairs. This is different from New Westminster because Hamilton's requirement was applied to landlords who were not already required to have business licenses and required them to get a license to do renovations in certain situations. And it may be a tool that could be used in Ontario to address other types of eviction as well. It took Acorn actually taking that draft bylaw and writing in the changes they wanted to see, and council directing staff to revisit the bylaw yet again and see if staff could incorporate Acorn's changes to finally produce a bylaw that actually includes New Westminster style provisions. When staff came back with this new bylaw, they presented it to councillors saying that the bylaw with those new Westminster style provisions are within the scope and authority of the Municipal Act and complements the RTA. Imagine that. I'm telling you this story to illustrate how important political will and tenant advocacy are in creating good public policy. The only reason that policy Hamilton approved was developed and passed was because of persistent advocacy by tenants and because of the dogged determination and tenacity of members of council. I'm also telling you the story because, as I indicated earlier, while there are great things about Hamilton's bylaw, there are also weaknesses, like its very limited scope and how easy it will be for landlords to circumvent. And there are other models out there that may be helpful in addressing these issues. I'm referring specifically to the town of Ladysmith in BC, which has an anti-renoviction policy that has received no notice and no fanfare, but is probably the strongest anti-renoviction and anti-demoviction policy in Canada in terms of the protections and support it provides tenants. It also uses a unique trigger that has a different scope than other anti-renoviction bylaws, which might be helpful in addressing the shortcomings of Hamilton's bylaw. In developing our bylaw, we should find out how well Ladysmith's policy is working and then figure out how to develop a novel policy based on what we can learn from Hamilton and Ladysmith and others. But to develop a bylaw better than Hamilton, city staff will need to consider an approach that tests the limits of municipal jurisdictional authority, just as Hamilton staff are pushed to do, and we will need your tenacity to make that happen. Please do not concede when they tell you it can't be done, because it can. Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. Appreciate that. See if we have any questions here for you. Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, Melissa, and thank you for your work when we had our subcommittee on the protection of affordable rental housing. But at that point, we had discovered that the building permit is the entry to a renoviction. Would you, correct? We'd really identified that.
Yeah.
The N13 says, the renovation's so extensive, we have to kick you out of the building. And it's only if you have a building permit that requires, as we heard earlier, structural change, that you would actually have to leave your unit. Would you agree with that?
Technically, yes, but as far as we understand from the way the LTB decides these matters, often landlords don't actually have the permits in hand when they are able to get a approval of a renoviction.
Yes, which is the Hamilton bylaw that says you have to show us that your renovictions are so extensive that you would require a building permit and therefore require vacant possession. That's kind of the kernel of their bylaw.
Yes, the problem with the bylaw is that it's not triggered until an N13 is issued, and when an N13 is issued, as you know, that's the provincial process, and so the formal provincial eviction process is now underway, and then the Hamilton bylaw comes into force, and so it's quite possible for a landlord to basically ignore all the rest of the requirements from the city and still get a renoviction at the provincial level and have the tenant forced to move out. What they do in BC is that the cities intervene before an N13, like the equivalent of an N13 is even issued, before the landlord's able to start that formal eviction process.
Aren't there quite severe penalties if you haven't given the renovation permit in the Hamilton's bylaw? If you haven't determined that you need a renovation permit, apply for one.
So what's happening? what's happening right now is that, so initially when they proposed this bylaw, it was actually the fine for not, for violating the bylaw was lower than the fee just to submit an application to get the license for the license application. Now, city staff are saying that they're going to approach the province about increasing the administrative penalties allowed for the bylaw, but at the moment, it's actually cheaper to completely ignore the city's bylaw and just be fined.
Correct. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the speaker? Councilor Nunziata?
Yeah, just a question. Melissa, so you mentioned that you worked on the Hamilton bylaw?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, and so that bylaw just came in effect in January of this year.
That's right.
Right.
That's well, it's not in. It was passed in January of this year. Yeah.
It was passed in January. So when this bylaw, when you worked on this bylaw and this bylaw was passed, there were a number of consultation meetings and that with tenants?
No. So what they've done is so this has been in the works for, I'm losing track of time, about 1.5 years. And my understanding is that they had consultations. So there've been different versions, and it's not a straightforward process. There were some consultations with tenants prior to this. Through the process, the only organization that was involved was Acorn Hamilton. And so Acorn Hamilton was being consulted. Acorn was working with city councilors as well on this. And that was how that was the extent of tenant engagement. There was not broad consultation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll say thank you, Melissa. Our next deputant is Earl LeBlanc. Is Earl here? Earl's in the room. Hi, Earl. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes when you're ready. We'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. My name is Earl LeBlanc, and I'm a member of Acorn here in Toronto, East York to be exact. So thank you for inviting me and our organization. So I'll get right to it. I was renovicted. So I'll tell you my story and what happened at the time. So I was renovicted in 2019, just months before COVID. From the address was 2901 Sinclair Avenue East. So what happened was we weren't given like a formal letter from a developer with no letterhead or anything like that. Honestly, it was just a notice taped to our doors. It's a small walk. The building, by the way, is a small walk-up with 12 units. And nice, you know, it was an okay place. Everyone, it was a group of working people and so on. So anyway, at that time, it was about October 2019, we were asked to leave and given a 6-week time frame and offered a few $1,000s. And part of this notice was that if we didn't comply with moving out, we would not be given the full amount. It was $8,000, okay? It would be a much lesser amount of just 3 months' rent. So it was pretty much you were being threatened. And I didn't know. At the time, I'd been there 10 years, so I was kind of out of the loop of rents and what was going on. Like, you hear, you know, you read headlines and so on, but you don't really, like, when I got involved with Acorn, all that changed. You know, you get into the nitty-gritty, and we've done several visits here and talks with council and whatnot. Anyway, so we were asked to leave with, and basically, you know, in retrospect, we were being threatened. It was like, you got to take this amount or else you don't get much. We didn't know, there's a few key points in this, in my case. We did not know or were ever given the name, and I couldn't find out, the name of the people buying this. They bought it off a family that owned it for about 25, well, many years actually. The father built it in the 50s and it was passed along. And when I rented there, the son had it, who's now an older man. He wanted to retire, so it was sold off. And so my rent, okay, one thing at a time, sorry. So no, we weren't given a name, and I kind of, I was kind of poking around for information, and, he was very casual and condescending, saying, well, I might meet them at the Christmas party and have a drink with them, and, that kind of thing, but no names, and like I say, no letterhead, no one to contact on their side. And then basically what we're discussing here today, there was no support from the city. My colleague today asked me, did I receive a letter from the city or any support or anything like that? I'm not blaming here. I'm just telling you basically how the facts of the situation. But no, and all the other tenants and I, once this happened, we'd get together, but it was just opinions, Nobody really knew. One younger guy's aunt was a real estate agent, and she was telling us, or through him, that we didn't have to move, but no one really knew. Some just wanted to take the money and run. Me personally, my situation was I couldn't live through it was a block and brick building, and I couldn't live through a dusty renovation. Just impossible. My age, my health, I didn't want to experience that. And they'd done a minor renovation prior to that, and it was very dusty everywhere. So I took the option of leaving, taking the money and going. But this is when the fun really starts.
Earl, if I could just ask you for your final thought.
Sorry?
Final thought, please.
Oh.
It's 5 minutes. Maybe someone will ask you a follow-up question.
Oh, my God. No, I didn't see it.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, just final thoughts. I was operating in the dark completely. I didn't know there were any recourse, let alone call City Hall or find out, We were very much on our own with no information.
Okay, we'll park it there. We'll see if there's questions. There might be some questions. I see Councillor Fletcher. And
Yeah, just wanted to add that, of course, you got an N13. Did you get an N13?
No, I never heard of an N13 until I got to Acorn.
Oh, I see. So you weren't given any paper. You just left without the eviction notice.
It was taped literally on our doors.
Which, yeah, but I'm just checking that, the landlord and tenant tribunal is provincial.
Right.
Did you call your MPP to see if you could get some help there and what to do?
No.
Okay.
No.
The city would not typically be involved at that stage. It would be your member of provincial parliament.
Right. I didn't know, Ms. Fletcher, of any resources.
All the way to do it. I understand. Yeah. It's a big shock, isn't it, when you see that?
Well, and I was there 10 years, and really, it was a very, very big shock. Because, you get to know your neighbors and the neighborhood and so on.
Yes, well, thank you for telling us that story. It's quite typical of what happens. Thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Earl, for your deputation. Appreciate you coming down.
Thank you.
Okay, our final speaker is Alejandra Ruiz Vargas. Is Alejandra online? We'll just get you connected, Alejandra, and turn it over to you. I think you just need to pull yourself off mute. Yeah. We should be able to hear you. Alejandra, any,
Hello?
hi. Hi there, we can hear you.
Hello. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay,
So thank
you
you for
will
the
have 5
opportunity.
minutes, and if you can just try and maybe get a little closer to the mic, would help us with the audio here in the room.
Better now?
A little bit, yep.
Okay. So my name is Alejandra and I am a member of the short chapter here, Acorn. And I want to start with a positive note to send the councilors to introduce this motion to look and creating an effective renovation license that Paula Fletcher, Mark Cole, Francis Nunciata, and Party Kendall. We really appreciate in behalf of Acorn that you are passing this motion, hopefully. And so I'm not going to go very long, hopefully, but I want to tell you that we did a report, and even though we knew before, but now that we see the numbers, it's very scary what is happening right now in the city. We are creating an example, one affordable unit, and we are losing 15 affordable units, like right now, talking with you. So Toronto had over 6,000 N12s and an N13s, N13s filed to the LTV from 2017 to 2022. So for everybody, N12s is a notice to end your tenancy because the landlord or a purchaser or a family member requires the rental unit. This is very common now. And the N13 is the famous Renovictions and Demovictions. So we heard people speaking about the Hamilton anti-renoviction that Acorn fought for long. And this is what we are very interested in happy to see here in the city. The city of Toronto is the major capital, the major city in Canada and one of the major cities on the world. And we're still having this issue where the landlords come in like in the Wild West times and see a charming place and they take it, and all the people that are there that know how protection. So we are really sick and tired of see that, and we are very happy that, as was mentioned, the councilors wants to do a change. And I wanna finish probably with this. We heard the demands from what that, well, there should be a license for these landlords. The landlord should be protecting the tenant when they are moving and give it the right of way when we finish the renovation or the demoviction. Depends on the case. And as well, today is Pin Chair Day. That it says that should not be bully allowed. So we have been bullied for these landlords for many, many years. So if we pass this renoviction law by law, we will be stopping these bullies to doing to us what they have been doing for years. I think so. I would like to finish there because we have been speaking a lot, and what we want to see is actions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alejandra. Any questions for our speaker? Not seeing any. Okay, thank you very much for your deputation. That concludes the list of speakers that I have. So we will move it to questions here in committee and outside visiting councilors. I have Councillor Fletcher, questions of staff.
Thank you. This report that is coming is really from when we had our renovation the subcommittee asked for a report on options, and this is now coming in May, I think. Is it coming in May? And I don't know who's writing it. I think it behind me.
Yes, through the chair, councillor, it's Abby Bond in the Housing Secretariat. Hi.
Take that one, I've got one.
We are taking the lead on drafting that report, and yes, the report is still scheduled to come back in April or May of this year.
So when we had our subcommittee that really looked into this, I think we had really started focusing on the issue of the building permit and the fact that in order to, or a landlord that gives an N13 should really have a substantial renovation that would require a building permit. And I'm not sure, I think you were in the saddle at that time.
And through the chair, yes, that's right. That's one of the things that we've heard loud and clear from both the community, the advisory committee, a number of places, that this is really considered to be a weak point in the Residential Tenancy Act. And we've seen other jurisdictions change legislation at a provincial level to tighten that up. That is what happened in BC as a result of some of the bylaw changes that was mentioned in the deputations. And so we've also reported back to you as a result of that request of committee in summer of 2022 with a fulsome report about requested changes to the Provincial Residential Tenancy Act, and we are now following up, looking at renovations bylaw that we would bring back to council later this year.
Sorry, later this year?
Well, sorry, I think I said April, May.
Oh, April, May. I think it's May. Yeah. So one direction that you've outlined is to ask the provincial government to make changes to tighten everything up. And then I think with this letter that was sent by a number of us is to actually look at the Hamilton Renovictions bylaw and see how that could apply in Toronto, correct?
Yes, through the chair, we've made a number of requests to the province regarding the Residential Tenancy Act, and certainly we're also reviewing the impact of the recent changes that they made, requiring additional documentation from a report from a qualified person confirming that the renovations or repairs are extensive, but that clearly stops short of some of the changes that have been made in other jurisdictions where it's a provincial arbitrator who is making that determination. And so we've been looking at all of these issues and are still working on this as a staff team, where we've already looked into the City of Hamilton's bylaw and will continue to do that, having conversations between ourselves at the Housing Secretariat, buildings, licensing and legal as well, and planning staff as well.
So just a question about, and this might be to the Deputy City Manager, when we had the requirement that the city honor housing as a human right, we put many of the staff, I think it was an 8-staff team, or 8 FTE positions, 2 of them went to the Housing Secretariat. I think I'll just ask if you've hired those people and this is something that you'd consider as part of their work, or would these other 6 positions, or however many there are at the Ombudsman's office, would that be better served by one of them doing some of this work too?
Maybe I can respond, Councillor. Yes, we have hired those 2 people, and we're also in close discussions with the Deputy Ombudsman regarding trying to use their staff, their resources to be proactive when we're bringing forward new policies or programs to get their view before we bring it before Council.
So I think I'll just ask the Deputy City Manager, it might have to be the City Manager, when Council said that we are very supportive and want to be a city that recognizes housing as a human right, even though we've put all those resources to the Ombudsman's office, is this not basically housing as a human right? You get to stay in your place if you're being illegally evicted. You should not be illegally evicted.
Through the chair, and thank you for the question or the comment, Councillor Fletcher. That is certainly the direction that we're moving to, and certainly the objective that we're trying to accomplish as far as ensuring that housing is a human right.
And there's resources there that Council has directed, but Council could also direct them in a different way.
Absolutely.
Correct? Thank you.
Additional questions of staff. I have Councillor Matlow and then Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So first of all, does staff have any opinion or advice to us as to whether or not Hamilton's bylaw will stand?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Would that be in camera? Is that where you're going?
Yeah, I don't want us sharing our legal opinions on this publicly until we've got an in-camera session with some advice.
That's fair, and I can ask that offline as well. No, that's a reasonable pushback. Could staff quantify, I mean, we know that there are many renovictions throughout our city, but can you quantify like exactly how much of a problem this is in our city as far as numbers?
Through the chair, it is actually very difficult. I think there are the formal evictions that do go through the residential tenancy branch. I think in many cases we've heard from the deputants, the main issue is that a lot of renovictions are happening informally, and there is very poor data on that. So that is also something that we have made repeated requests of to the province, is to improve the degree of accountability and data around this topic.
So we're reliant on the province for their help on this. What about RTA officers? How many RTA officers are there for that would cover the region that would include the city of Toronto?
Through the chair, we think there may be up to about 22 officers currently working at the residential tenancy branch as a result of the changes in Bill 23. They increased their staffing to respond to the...
Is that across Ontario or Toronto specifically?
Yeah, across the province, yeah.
Wait, that's a different answer to a different question. Do you know how many actually work in Toronto?
Through the chair, no, we don't.
Okay. My understanding is that there are very few. Given that there are so many renovictions which are really, bad faith evictions that are fraudulent, is there more that we need to see the province do or empower Toronto to do if they're unwilling to ensure that tenants are protected from these fraudulent bad faith actors?
Through the chair, the short answer is yes. We have highlighted that multiple times, both in the report in 2022 and in the recent report in November, the Generational Transformation Report. We highlighted for both the province and the federal government extensive additional measures that they could take to strengthen the situation of renters in existing rental in our city. And we've also indicated, I think it was in the 2022 report, that if they're unwilling to do that, that we would be willing to take that action if they gave us the ability, the jurisdiction to do that.
Sorry, what year again?
I think that was the report in 2022, where we specifically said that we would be willing to take on some of that role if they would give us the ability to do that.
So we said that we'd be willing to, and you know that I advocated for that as well. So we said we are willing to, we're not asking you to do everything. We're willing to do the groundwork here to protect tenants. That was 2 years ago. So when did they write back, and how did that go?
Through the chair, we've not had any formal response from them on that, but obviously in the intervening period, we've seen a number of legislative changes that have come forward that have changed the nature of the relationship between landlords and tenants, and they haven't addressed all of the issues that we raised, although I would say that the recent changes have improved and clarified the situation with regard to renovation.
So I'm aware that they've made a number of changes to the relationship between landlords and tenants, including one of their first acts was to remove rent control on all new units built in Ontario. They've done a lot of things to tenants, but they haven't even responded to our requests to actually help out and protect tenants at all, nothing at all?
Through the chair, we've not had a formal response to that particular request, no.
That's very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Nunziata, questions?
So the subcommittee was formed in 2018, right? Okay, so we heard the deputants, and I guess my question would be to the solicitor. So why can't we pass a bylaw like Hamilton?
From a legal perspective, if I just want to be very careful, Councillor Nunziata, that we don't want to be providing legal advice in open forum. So I just have to think if there's a way, I mean, I guess you can pass a bylaw of.
Is this in camera, like you're saying? Oh.
I just think that you're asking for legal advice on whether or not.
Yeah. I want to hear that advice here in public.
Yeah, I think we need to be very careful.
All right.
Do folks want to go in camera?
I mean, we could certainly.
Well, we're asking,
Mr. Chair?
we're asking for a report in the recommendation from the letter, correct, Councillor Fletcher, is that we're asking staff to come back, right?
Can I offer for legal to add a confidential attachment to that report, if that would help?
That's the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably, yeah, I agree, maybe that's the way, right?
You and I both have those questions.
Yeah, a confidential, yeah, okay, that's fine. I understand that publicly you can't give, any advice to us, but okay, yeah. Okay, that's it for my questions.
Thank you, Councilor Nunziata. Over to you, Councilor Candoval.
Thank you. Just wondering if staff is open to reference and research the examples provided by one of the earlier deputants. I think they've spoken to changes in Ladysmith and Westminster, if I heard correctly. Is staff open to incorporating work from those places?
Through the chair, yes, we are. We have done previous jurisdictional scanning, including New Westminster, which we included in the 2022 report, an analysis of that. But certainly we're very mindful about those changes. But I would also highlight that in those jurisdictions, they've seen further action taken by the provincial government that made their changes no longer required. So in New Westminster, for example, their bylaw has now been repealed because it's no longer necessary.
And is New Westminster, is that in BC as well?
That is in BC, yes.
And my last question, there was references earlier to the relationship between housing and the Ombudsman's office. Could you further explain that relationship when it comes to this conversation, housing as a human right, and the role the Ombudsperson's office plays?
Yes, through the chair, one of the directions from council was the setting up of a deputy ombudsman for housing as a way to guide and provide advice to council and also engage with stakeholders about progressing the realization of the right to housing. Other actions included the setting up of the Housing as a Human Rights Committee, which has recently been initiated, chaired by Councillor Perks and Elizabeth McIsaac from Maytree. And so for staff, our role to date, we've had a number of early discussions with the Deputy Ombudsman of Housing. They've been the office is newly set up, but they are, I think, embarking on their first investigation. Their investigations are systemic in nature and not necessarily specific to individuals or individual cases. But we have agreed with them that the best way to work together is to be proactive. So new policies, programs that we are developing at the city from a housing perspective, we'll be proactive in sharing that with them and getting their advice prior to us finalizing our recommendations to committee and council.
Okay, excellent. So they would be involved in this report coming back in May?
Through the chair, yeah, it's our intention to share information with them about this. We've also shared information, for example, about our multi-tenant home program that was on the agenda earlier today. And I think this the proactive discussion with them will be very helpful in us making sure that policies and programs and services that we are bringing to committee and council are moving us collectively forward in this discussion on the progressive realization of the right to housing.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Candoval. Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any, we can move to speakers. Do we have outside councillors who would like to speak? No? Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I am very excited about this opportunity today, and I just want to thank the councillors who've been so long involved in tenant issues, and Councillor Matlow, who was headed up tenant subcommittee, and our small committee that was a subcommittee here with you, Councillor Bradford, and you, Councillor Perks, where we spent hours and many meetings trying to figure out what can we do, and we're always told you can't. We don't have the jurisdiction. So, and then to the councillors who've signed this, and then Councillor Nunziata, Deputy Mayor Cole, and Councillor Candoval. I always love that ringtone, Councillor. Gets me going. That's how I feel like we have to move on this file, just like your ringtone. Like we've talked enough, it's time to move. And there's been so many councillors trying to find a way to do this, and I think that staff have been grappling with that as well, but we have to bell the cat this time. And the fact that Hamilton went ahead and said, we're going to try to find a way. We always knew that the building permit was the main problem. I've done many of these, met with many groups of tenants who all got an N13. They're sitting there, somebody's bought their building, they said, we are going to renovate this place like you wouldn't believe. And then you say, well, what are you going to do? Well, we're going to give you new kitchen cabinets and we're going to put in a new toilet. Well, that does not require a building permit. That simply requires, anybody can do that in their home. You're not leaving your home. So what is it that's so extensive structurally that you have to do it? And I think in Hamilton, they have found that way to say the building permit is the key. And they are now saying, if you give an N13, you need to tell us that you're renovating, because you've given that N13 based on demolition, which is very hard to do. I can't see Mr. Gogna, but demolition, not so easy to get, or massive renovation, where you have to have a vacant unit. So you're telling somebody who's living in an affordable apartment that you need to go because we're going to massively renovate this, but you have no evidence for that tenant that you need to massively renovate that. And the only evidence is your building permit, that you have such intense work to do in that location. You're going to take out the walls, you're going to redo all the wiring, you need renovations that require a permit. So that's what everything hinges on. I think they've been very creative. I don't want to get into can we, can't we, did they, don't they, anything else. I simply think that this is the moment that we're saying for years with your committee, Councillor Matlow, and with our subcommittee, we discovered the building permit is the key. So what does that mean to protect tenants? I want to remind everybody that we spend hundreds of millions of dollars building new homes. And we have to put the same energy, perhaps not the same money, but the same drive into maintaining affordable apartments. Because it's a little too easy to clear a whole apartment out. It's a little too easy to clear them out. I've seen them all cleared out in my ward. And there needs to be a step somewhere where we can move in between the landlord and tenant board and that tenant that provides a higher test even for the LTB. There is no building permit. I know we used to ask, could you please let them know if there's a building permit or not? But we didn't have that capability back in the last term. So even that, tell the adjudicator, well, there's no building permit, so it can't go. But it does become, the crux of the matter is that building permit. So I just want to remind us again, we spend a lot of time, effort, money, public goodwill in building housing, I think we need to spend the same kind of energy in protecting housing, and we've been given a blueprint by Hamilton, and I really want to see how that would apply here. I also just want to reference quickly the housing as a human right. I think that is very clear case for housing as a human right. If you give an N13 and say you're doing renovations and you don't do any, and then you triple the rent, what happens to those tenants? That is a human right, to have a legal eviction. So all the resources that we have for that, Mr. Deputy City Manager, I'm questioning that we have them all in the right place and that they're being directed by staff, not by an accountability officer. And I'm doing that today, and I'm advising that I'm concerned about that because this requires heavy lifting and a lot of drive. And if they can help us from there, fine, but they're not under your authority. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Matlow. And then Councillor Nunziata.
I want to begin by thanking Councillor Fletcher for her leadership on addressing the reality of renovictions in our city and the countless, and literally countless because we don't have the data on it, but we know that there are so many Torontonians that lives are upheaved, become even more unaffordable, and often have to leave the communities where their kids might go to school and where they've lived for years because they can no longer afford to live there. Councillor Fletcher has made this issue a core and principal focus of the work that she does here at City Hall, and I want to commend her for doing that because we need a champion to drive this issue to not just the frustration and the anger that we all express about the impact that it has on people, but even more importantly, use all that energy and that focus toward a solution. Councillor Fletcher identified a potential solution that Hamilton has offered. And she has asked staff, hopefully with our support today, to work on a model borrowing from Hamilton's work that we can use in Toronto and perhaps looking elsewhere, but focusing on a specific model that could be a solution. And I know that there are always so many ways to say we can't do something, and it's easier to say that. And there are so many reasons why we do that. What I hope, and I'm really echoing Councillor Fletcher's message, but also her spirit, is that if we all agree that these fraudulent bad faith actors should no longer be able to rent-evict tenants from their homes, and if we believe that it's wrong, then collectively we both have the responsibility but also the ability to work together to offer a solution that will work. I would hope that the provincial government would be our partner on that. There's no level of government that has more direct impact, influence, and power over the lives of tenants than the provincial government. And the fact that we've actually reached out to them and said, we want to bear some of the responsibility to enforce the rules, to protect people, that we serve together, and they're not even getting back to us? Like that is really sad. They need to do better on behalf of their residents. But we want to do that. So again, I just want to conclude by just saying I'm so grateful that Councillor Fletcher is driving this. I'm really proud to stand beside her and behind her on this effort. And I hope we all do as a council. Knowing Councillor Fletcher, I know what it's like to be roadkill on the side of the road that she's barreling through. And I know that if she puts her effort and her focus on this issue the way that I know she has the ability to, she and we will be unstoppable. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Nunziata.
Brief. So first of all, I'll move the recommendation in the letter. I'll move that. And again, thank you to Councillor Fletcher as well. I mean, we heard the deputants and we heard from I believe it was Melissa, that helped with the Hamilton bylaw. I don't know where it's at now, but I mean, at least they took the initiative to move forward on it and, you know, and wait to see what happens. I mean, they took that first step, which I think is important that we do as well. So I think that we should look at it and report back, and our legal staff, if you have to attach a confidential report on the on your report, fine, that's fine with council. You know, and also too, tenants need to be notified when there's building permits. As we heard earlier from the deputant, he spoke twice today that with his building, that they didn't even have building permits, and they were doing work, and there was an order to comply, and still they continued to do you know, the work in the building. You know, it's a lot of landlords. I'm not saying all of them, some are good landlords, but there are some landlords out there that want to increase the rent, and they want to evict their tenants, and they use the excuse for renovations. And, you know, sometimes they apply for a building permit, sometimes they don't. And sometimes even if they do, they don't do the renovations. So, you know, I'm in full support of the recommendation and the comments from the subcommittee. And those are my comments.
Thanks, Councilor Nunziata. Any other speakers in the room? I see Councilor Perks online. We'll go Councilor Candival and then Councilor Perks.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Fully supportive of course, by virtue of signing it, of Councillor Fletcher's motion to direct staff to come back to us. And I want to underscore that I fully concur that this will be a function of political will. I think, you know, in my being new to this space, some of my intuitive sense, given what I've learned so far and watching and hearing the conversations from different lenses, is that this is a new space for the courts, and it'll be incumbent on the resource and political will that we exert on this to have some impact. So I'm looking forward to supporting and working with Councillor Fletcher and staff to ensure that we are successful in this approach, that to perhaps what Councillor Matlow is getting at is eventually having our success here impact and influence provincial policy and governance. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Candival. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Others have spoken to the fact that there have been many leaders on this. Councillor Fletcher and the other three councillors who brought this, thank you. You know, if you want to ruin someone's life, take away their home. We have evidence that if you are homeless, you lose decades off your life. You lose the ability to get a job. You lose the quality of your health. Like, nothing that governments do is more important than providing safe, stable housing to people. That's why the City of Toronto has adopted the idea of the progressive realization of housing as a human right. It's why the federal government has adopted it. It's why it's in the United Nations Charter on Human Rights. And yet we've found ourselves continually frustrated by the fact that the Ontario landlord-tenant law provides all these pathways for private landlords to evict people and just take away their home. I always refer to it, frankly, as the Ontario landlord law. Tenants are absent from it. And while we are not the province of Ontario, and we can't do as British Columbia has done, and build in safeguards that recognize that someone's home is more important than someone else's profit, we nevertheless have to find the tools that get there. I'm reminded of the work that municipalities did on pesticides. For many, many years, pesticides, you know, were sprayed all over the place in municipalities in Ontario, Quebec, and elsewhere. And it was local governments who didn't have, at that time, a legal leg to stand on, just started passing pesticide bylaws. One here, one there, eventually one from Hudson, Quebec, wound up all the way at the Supreme Court of Ontario. And the Supreme Court of Ontario created a very narrow sliver of space for municipalities to say the general welfare of the people we represent gave us the right in certain conditions to protect people's health with pesticide bylaws. So municipalities all over Ontario, led by Toronto, started passing these pesticide bylaws. And the provincial government lost its mind, because the thing they are most afraid of is that every municipality has its own bylaw and there's no coherent province-wide set of regulations to manage pesticides. And as a result, the province of Ontario eventually brought in their own pesticide bylaw, and all the municipal ones became unnecessary. We're in a similar moment. I take staff's advice very seriously that the legal framework in British Columbia is very different than the one here. I take Councillor Matlow's point that the province has simply ignored us as we struggle to rebalance the equation so that people's right to housing is more important than the pursuit of profit. And if it means we do what Hamilton's done, or it means we come up with something unique here, we need good legal advice on what the best strategy will be, and I look forward to that advice. But I also recognize this is ultimately a political struggle with the province of Ontario. Ultimately, our task is to say to the province of Ontario that the people who live in the city of Toronto and the people who represent them, us, won't take it anymore. We cannot take a system that so heavily favors the right of a private property owner to pursue profit over the right of someone to have a safe and secure place to live. And, you know, maybe some of that is this legal strategy. Some of that will be the work that we're doing as a city to foster a culture where social housing, socially owned housing, takes up a lot of slack in the rental market. Through all of these efforts, we're doing the right, the just, and the humane thing, which is saying people in Toronto have the right to and the legal mechanisms to protect a safe and secure place to live. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Not seeing any other speakers. Can we have a motion to adopt the recommendations, Councillor Nunziato's letter? All in favor? Right, but Councillor Fletcher, the joint letter that Councillor Nunziata tabled, we feel like you're still a member though. It's nice. All in favor, carried. Okay, very good. Good work done there. Thank you. And that brings us to our final item. That's correct. This is the new business piece put on by way of letter, PH 10.13, eliminating education development charges on missing middle housing forms. Do we have any questions of staff? Yep, Councillor Matlow.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what the impact would be on, you know, obviously I think we collect, school boards receive. What impact would this have on the school boards and the funding formula?
Off the top of my head, Councillor Matlow, we wouldn't know. We would have to engage in discussions with the school board to understand what the implications to them would be.
Okay, so we like obviously I assume correct. Perhaps a question of the mover, is that?
Yeah, we can do that if we're all.
Are we cool with that? Well, I mean.
Yeah, and by the way, I have an amendment for us to engage with the TCDSP on this matter directly and come back to council March 20th, which Councillor Perks had recommended.
Yeah, just to circumvent any understandable phone calls that we will receive from our colleagues in the school boards. Do I assume correctly that your intent in no way is to in any way adversely impact the needed revenue that the school boards receive through this vehicle. Like you'd want to figure that out.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
I would also, you know, then you get into the nuance and all the school board stuff is tricky, but like TDSB is not collecting any DCs. That's a problem, separate.
Yes.
But I think despite the previous guidance on this, where this type of unit, secondary suites, auxiliary units were not supposed to be captured in development charges, and then the school board went and put them back in, absent discussion here, counter to what had been understood. That's what we're trying to resolve.
You're just asking staff to kind of look into this, but obviously we wouldn't do anything hasty that might restrict any revenue that the school boards would have otherwise received.
Yeah, I mean, my personal position is that these units should be exempt from this type of revenue, and that was always the intention, and was our understanding as well originally, and then they moved it on November 27th back in. So yes, staff needs to have a conversation with them, and that's what, and they'll come back to council and inform us of that.
Okay, and thank you. And then if I may sort of, speaking of the way that we would have asked these questions to the school board, pivoting back and forth, but just,
right.
and staff like understands that that's the undertaking of the motion?
Through the chair, most definitely.
Okay, great, thank you, I appreciate it.
Well, I guess we're kind of procedurally a little out of order here, but.
Thank you for the flexibility.
That's fine if everyone's, I don't know if there's more questions, or I don't need to actually speak to it any more than I just did now. So if that's okay, I have an amendment.
Mr. Chair, just if you could speak to it to place your amendment, yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I move the amendment. Oh, Councillor Candival, question or speaking?
Question, yeah. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Matlow's question, whether this would substantiate we're requesting so wouldn't this be substantive then, to his question, that we're looking to take in my personal opinion, we're given the earlier report, it's not a significant number of units, but I just want to ensure before we start receiving communications from our friends in TCDSB.
Yeah, we're going to reach out to, I'm moving an amendment now to that extent, to have staff reach out and report back to council on that.
So before we send the letter?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll move the amendment. Pardon me? Put the amendment on the screen. There you go. All in favor? Carried. Item as amendment. All in favor? Carried. All right, that concludes.
Motion to
All right,
adjourn.
motion to adjourn. Councilor Nunziata, thanks very much. Thanks, everyone.